And then she was like, the other time she was around Brene was at a basketball game, and she was like, during this time, y'all got to remember, the basketball game was February the 6th. Brene was at that basketball game, the baby's basketball game. Y'all remember February 6th, 2024? Brene was at the baby's basketball game. Akira mama was at the baby basketball game. Tim and Brene. So she was like, they was at the basketball game, and she was like, she remember seeing comments on TikTok, because mama was like, well, her family was sending her stuff. And so in the comments, she was like, somebody gonna say, Brene, is that your man, or something to that effect? And she said, Brene, they said, is this your man? And she said, she brushed it off like, that ain't my man. You know, she brushed it off. She said, Brene, they in the comments saying that Tim, you know, basically Tim is your man. And she was like, she brushed it off, and she was just like, no, that ain't none of her man. Don't pay no attention. She said, oh, I get them messages all the time. Like, you know, she just be getting crazy stuff like that. Don't pay no attention. Well, they got into a heated conversation on February 6th. That's why Brene was horsing that video when she came back and said, after she said she was going to Wilson, this is the day that Akira found out about them, some stuff. So I think it was like videos or yeah. Okay. So hold on, y'all. I got to make sure that I got it right. They got into an argument, and it was alleged that the police had to be called. Akira missed her son's basketball game because she said she was trying to figure out what his daddy was doing with her friend, trying to get an understanding. The grandmama said she stayed inside with the daughter and also to watch the baby play. So Tim stayed in Kira's mama's house until he went off to college and was still in there. Tim seemed to got a little emotional when she was speaking. He didn't do all that. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't doing all that. She also stated that Imani lived at the house with Tim and Akira. She stated that Tim only paid $90 for outfits, and 2 of the outfits were too little because the kids had grown. She stated that I think like in the custody hearing with Akira in their case, that Akira identifies her as the co-parent because she's the one that does everything for the kids, whatever they need. She said the baby had to have a dental procedure that was $1,400. She paid for it. Anything that the kids need, she paid for it. Any and everything that the kids need, she paid for it. She stated that she stated that she rearranged her whole work schedule to make sure that, you know, Akira had the proper help when it came to the children. She stated that she said, I'm an attorney and I don't see my clients after 2:30. After 2:30 is a wrap, because she said I have to go pick up my son, my grandson, and my granddaughter for my daughter. So mama whole life has been awesome because Timmy want to play, you know, over there in some BV vagina. So she stated that Tim would do little nice things for Akira. He was like doing, like it was one time he had when she had her monthly, Tim had did like a little care pack for her, tampons, pads, and everything, putting it off, you know, together as a little gift for her, just to make her okay. So they asked the mama, the mama, when did things start to shift? And she was like, when all this stuff started happening with them, with Brene, Tim, you know, and she was like, that's when they ran into Akira And Akira was looking like she was looking. If y'all don't know, Akira stated that during this time she had a lot of piercing in her face, like 8 to 10 piercing. She said one of her coping thing is tattoos and piercing. And how I took that, if I'm a person who has worked as a therapist and a person who has worked with people who self, mutilate, like, you have to understand that those are piercing pain, right? And tattoos, pain. Get those many piercing can be like, it's, and I felt like in that moment, her coping, just wanted to feel something other than what she was feeling. That's how I correlated that and took that. Usually people who are cutters will, they'll do that to feel something other than what they're feeling internally. So they'll start self-mutilating externally. She wasn't cutting herself, but she did have all these piercings. And when her grandma asked her, was she okay? She was like, yeah, she was like, bullshit. So basically she had told her mama that, Brene was there and she was uncomfortable and, Brene wouldn't leave. So she was like, her mama was like, well, I'm gonna come over. And she was like, no, don't come over. I got it. I'm gonna handle it. And so her mama said, well, her mom and her grandma said, you have till Saturday to handle it. So her mama said, I did what any other mother would do, step back and allow my daughter to handle her own situation. Brene crossed to examine Akira's mom and asked her, what make you happy? Akira mama looked at her and she said, people happiness varies. What makes you happy may not what makes me happy may not make you happy. I said, okay. So she gonna ask her, what's your answer? She said, I just told you my answer. What makes you happy? That people happiness varies. It all depends, So she said, well, if your daughter felt so uncomfortable by me being there and this and that, why you didn't tell your daughter? She said, I told my daughter that I would let her handle her own situation, and that's what I did. So then we ain't got to the grandmama's okay, so let's jump into the grandmama situation. And it's gonna tie in to the end of not Brene's, but Akira's mom testimony on the stand. So they asked her about what happened the day that her mom went to, Akira's grandmama came to the house. She said, well, I was at church and she started getting all these calls and immediately she knew something was wrong. And it was told that, because she knew about the situation with Brene not wanting to leave. She refused to leave that girl's house. Matter of fact, I'll tell y'all that next. So she didn't want to leave the girl's house. So she was like, I left church and I was en route. And she said, I was talking to my mother and my mother had told me that, what had transpired. And she said that Brene had pushed her. And she looked at Brene and she said, this is how she looking. She said, and I told my mother that you better not be there when I get there. When I say, baby, she was set and locked into Brene's face and did not blink at all. She said, she said it so classy. She said, and I said to my mother that you better not be there when I get there. No other questions, Your Honor. I know Baby, baby, this is me. I'm sitting there because I can't talk. I'm just doing this. I reach back to the back. I'm just, period. Period. So, baby, because she was like, you put your hands on my mother. And I said, you better not be there when I get there. Thank you, Ray. So then they called Akira's grandmother to the stand. And so she also recounts in her story lines up with what Akira said and what Akira mama said about, them being there. So she was like, that Saturday, she went on to the house. Y'all follow me closer. So she said she went to the house, she knocked on the door, and Akira said, hey, grandma, what you doing here? The grandma said she said, I came to take you, Tim, and the kids out to eat. So she was like, the kids still in bed. And so she was like, okay. So she was like waiting for Akira to let her in, but Akira wouldn't let her in. So she pushed her out the way and came in. And she said, and when I walked up in there, she said, I just could not believe my eyes. Brene was over there laying on the couch. And she said she wasn't asleep, but she was covered up with some cover. And all I saw, y'all, I said to earlier, y'all know how Brene beauty room be with stuff everywhere. And she said, all I saw, she said, I saw cups. She said, I saw cups like from different restaurants all over the place. Chip bags all over the place. Wrappers all over the place. Popcorn. It was just like a pig style. I said, ain't no dang on way that girl laid up there in them folks' living room. Their living room. Like that. The grandma said she did. Whew. She said the house looked like a pig style. Cups from different places, popcorns, potato chip wrappers. She said Brene told the grandmama that she lived there. And she said, you live here? Well, how long you been living here? She said, for some weeks. And then Akira and him had told her that it was okay for her to stay there. Y'all, the girl said for some weeks. Y'all, literally, listen to me, y'all. But they had literally moved in. This is the right-hand guy. I ain't saying this. This is what was confirmed in court, that she had moved in with the folks. Apparently, Akira didn't know she had moved in. She said she lives there. She lived there in them folks' home. So the grandma told her that she got to leave. And said Brene asked her, who gave you the authority to tell me to leave? Who gave her the authority to tell her she got to go? And she told her that my name is on this list. My name. Now I'm gonna tell you what I didn't like what the judge did. Because when Akira's grandmama started, when she had to call the police because Brene would not leave. But I'm gonna tell y'all what 10 shiesty the big booty BBL tell did as well. So she was like, so the grandma was like finna tell what the police had said. When the grandmama was getting ready to tell what the police said, she said that she couldn't do that. But when Tim did it and Robin said objection, he said overrule. He allowed Tim to tell what the grandmama was trying to tell, and I did not understand it. I looked at Caramel Love and I said, why he let him do it? Because he didn't let the grandmama do it. That was crazy to me. But anyway, yeah. So Tim confirmed that Brene did, in fact, live there. So hold on, I'm trying to. Okay, so they got the arguing. Akira took the kids in the room. Tim said he don't know what the kids was. He was too busy trying to protect Brene. He done jumped in the middle of them because Brene was calling for Tim and Akira. They were in the back. So he was like, Akira, so to tie it in, because Tim gave some context to this, so I'm going to jump ahead too and add his little testimony in right here so we don't have to talk about this later on. So Tim, when he got on the stand and he talked about this situation, he was like that he knew Akira had met up with her mama because her mama was blowing up his phone. And when the grandma showed up, he said, I wasn't nice when I asked her. He asked her, what the F your grandmama doing here? Said the grandma was trying to put Brene out, but she didn't come there to put Brene out. And then to fast forward, Brene cross-examined her and she was like, well, didn't you come to the house to put me out? And she was like, no, I came to the house to take my granddaughter, the children, and Tim out to eat. And she was like, I come to visit my granddaughter like I always do when I'm here. Because she said that she from Maryland or Virginia and that anytime she comes, she always visit with Akira and spend time with Akira and her children and Tim. So she was like, she came down for a funeral. That's how she remembered like the date that all of this was taking place, which was like the beginning of February. So she was like, Tim came in between them, right? And Tim was like protecting and shielding Brene with his body. Brene had told Akira grandmama, Kira, come and get your grandma before I slap her. And Robin said, and what you say? She said, I'm gonna say exactly what I said. I said, bitch, don't let this cane fool you. Y'all, baby, it was so funny because I wasn't being rude and disrespectful, but I saw the lady pass in the hall, and all I can say was, "Bitch, don't let this cane fool you." Oh my gosh, baby! Oh my gosh! So she say, Brene pushed the grandmama. So the grandmama, so hold up. So Brene pushed the grandma. Said she cussed out Tim and she told, so he said that Akira told him to take Brene and go. But it was said that he had left with Brene, but then he said that she told him to take Akira and go because Brene refused to leave. So what the grandma said was, well, if you stay, I stay. And if I stay, it's going to be some furniture moved around this house. So Tim took Brene and left. And of course, they called the police. So he said when he came through, there was a whole bunch of people. So he left again. I don't know if Brene was still there or not, but I think she had came back. So she said, I took Akira and I sat her down. And I told Akira that Tim is a disrespectful motherfucker. That's exactly how she said it. And she told Tim, she said, you a disrespectful motherfucker. And she said, I told him he ain't shit. He ain't gonna never be shit. And told Akira, don't let him disrespect her like that. She said, I did. I said it just like that. I said, oh my gosh. And she also said that she had told Brene put her hands on her again. She gonna find out why they call her Big Shirt. So Brene, cross-examined and asked her, did she file a police report? So Akira grandma said, no, I didn't. So Renee asked, why not? She said, because you pushed me and I pushed you back, and I knew I could handle you. I said, well, god dang it. No further questions, Your Honor.
Y'all, when I say he's a compulsive liar, and she asked him, do you know the truth between the truth and the lie, Timmy? And he was like, yes. Y'all, clearly he don't. But here's another thing to people about him, his mom, and Brene mom. None of them swore on the Bible. All of them affirmed their testimony today. And I see why. Because they all got up there and lied, y'all. And Brene is so sick, y'all. Listen, it threw her whole morning off whenever they went to like, when Attorney Robin posted those text messages, because I bet y'all Tim was telling her he wasn't still messing with Akira. And when Attorney Robin proved that not only was he messing with her, honey, they was exchanging photos. And you're sick over that. And so she couldn't even look at the string, y'all. She wouldn't even look at the projector. And when Tim was like, him and her didn't have a loving relationship, y'all, when they was dropping those pictures of their loving relationship, of him kissing on her kissing on him, that girl wouldn't even look at the screen, y'all. That girl was looking down on her. No, but here's the thing today. I know I've been saying I was gonna drop stuff and I was waiting, which I'm still gonna wait, but today I'm so upset at this trial. I'm so upset. I'm posting today. I am dropping pictures today. I'm over them. I'm over all of them. Like, I just, y'all, I'm so angry. Like, I shouldn't be this angry about something that ain't got shit to do with me, but I'm just, I ain't even gonna kid you. So, you know, for all the haters that be like, why they wasting the time, I'm about with you by this point. You know what I'm saying? Because I shouldn't be this angry over a testimony that don't have nothing to do with me. But then anyway, let me get back to it because I'm sidetracked. What else did Tim say? Because I'm jumping all over the place right now. I'm trying to get it in before I go back into the courtroom, because we start back at 2 o'clock. He said, whew, honey, I'm so, y'all, I'm so sick over this crap, y'all. Anyway, get back to the mom. The mom swear that Renee's mom, y'all, here's another thing. That was a text message exchange between Akira and Brene's mom. And Brene's mom basically was telling that lady, don't text me no more, don't ever text me no more, and basically stay out of my business. She straight had to check that lady, Miss Keisha, with her line or whatever. These people are so upset at Kira and them and their family. They're mad at class. They are mad at class. It's just no better way to put it. But when we come back in here, the sister's gonna take the stand, and we don't know who else Brene's other witness is. But so far, we down to Brene got 2 witnesses left, which I think is the sister, and I'm assuming the other one may be Brene, because earlier the judge made a comment to tell Brene, he said, if you do take the stand, you know, there's nobody that, you know, only person gonna cross-examine you, you know, be Miss Robin. And he said everything you do will just be giving your testimony, basically. So I'm assuming maybe that she's gonna take the stand, and I don't know. I don't think it would be a good idea, y'all, because she's so thrown off right now over the stuff that's gonna come out, because Attorney Robin proved Tim was a liar, and then even asked Tim mom on the stand, do you believe everything your son say? And that woman said no. She said no. They asked Tim on the stand, so is everybody telling the truth but you? Because he said that everybody who had done got up there, it was telling a lie. So they was like, so Attorney Robin was like, well, is everybody telling the truth but you? And he said yes. Oh my God, y'all. So y'all, you can't make this up. I can't make this up. I cannot make this up. Some more key pointers I want to think of. I gotta think of real quick before I go in the courtroom. What else they said? They said they asked him. Brene asked him. No, Attorney Robin. She said, so who is my client to you? And he was like, my ex-wife. And she was like, and who is the defendant to you? He was like, my current wife, or who, whatever. And she was like, didn't my client, did your ex-wife pay for your school and help you get through school? And he was like, I mean, she was supportive, and they was like basically trying to ask him like, what is support? He was like, basically, I mean, she took care of the kids, you know what I'm saying, trying to downplay that Akira and them financially helped him in school. So when they asked him, Attorney Robin turned the question, she was like, so did your current wife put you through school? Did she financially support you? And he was like, no. And then she was like, so you saying, because Tim said that him and Akira only ever went on one date. And she was like, so did y'all? So Attorney Robin paid all these pictures, y'all, the wind blowing, played all these pictures of him and Akira on dates, right? And so and he was y'all, he just couldn't say nothing. And Bernasty was sick over that. She was sick. So she asked him, she was like, so who, since y'all only went on one date, who paid for it? You know, and he was like, I didn't even pay for that one date. So she was like, well, when you go on dates with your current wife now, who pays for it? And she was like, do you pay for those? He was like, sometimes. Everybody looked at Brene and knew that if he ain't been paying, if he claiming only paid for one for Akira, then you know we know he ain't paying for none for you, clown. So y'all, he's just a liar. But what I love about all this right now is, oh, I'm sorry, y'all go ahead. Get y'all on the thing. What I love about all of this is his story had been debunked. It got Bernasty sick to her stomach because truth done come out about, yeah, he was still love his wife. He was texting Akira that he loved her. He was texting her good morning with heart emojis. And Attorney Robin, she straight ran that down. Like, y'all, it's a hot train wreck in here, y'all. It's just more sickening than anything, girl. And then so me, I ain't gonna say who it was because I just don't want to be dropping tea, but while we was just sitting at the restaurant eating on break, it was told to me that Timmy's mom allegedly did the same thing to her dad, his dad. That's why the dad did not approve of this stuff that he's doing with Akira, because this is something that Timmy's mom already did to her dad. That's why she's not even with Tim's dad, y'all, allegedly. And it came from source, so yeah, it's the truth. I know it's true. It's just a lot, y'all. It's just a lot to take in. But Brene asked him, did he ever want kids? And he was like, he did, but just not as early. But he don't like, he still love his kids or whatnot. Like, y'all, listen, Tim need, I can't even probably say it on here because then it'd probably be like bullying. So I'll shut up. But whew, I don't know what to say. Y'all, Cherish is crazy. Brene questions today was stupid, but I'm pretty sure they probably have to get that. But I can't tonight, so I have plenty of nights, y'all. I'm dropping videos because I'm so upset. I was gonna wait to do all of this, but I'm angry. So yeah, it's going down today. I can't help it. I can't help it. I cannot help it, and I'm over it. So you're welcome, Pecan Brown. How was Brene? Y'all, Brene's sick. Brene's sick. Yeah, Black Goddess here. Hey, she's going, hey, Hunty. Hey, girl. Who's on the stand right now when we go back? I'm assuming that she's, okay. I'm assuming when we go back from lunch, Tim's sister's going to take the stand. Hey, Shantae. No, they didn't say anything about Kira today. Her mom, oh girl, her mom, she got up there. Oh, she wasn't up there long. Her whole presence was irrelevant. Let's just say that. There was no need for Keisha to be here, Haney, other than get up there and lie and ass. Because, like I said, all of them affirmed their testimony. Nobody touched that Bible. Let's just clock that. Nobody touched that Bible. They already knew they was about to lie. Keisha definitely needed to go home. She definitely needed to go home and change. She needed to go change her clothes today. What Brene got on today, she got on, oh, I wish I had time to show you because I would just pull it up on my thing, but I don't. You're gonna see because I'm too mad today. You're gonna see, don't worry about it. You're gonna see, you'll see later on. Like when I get out of here, if we get another recess in, I'm sure we will. I'll try to upload something then. That'll probably be like 2 o'clock maybe, I'm not sure. Sorry, not 2 o'clock, maybe like 3 or something. I'll try to upload something then. If not, then probably after 5. I'm too angry today. I was trying to be calm. I hadn't really been coming live saying anything. I hadn't even been posting on my page about it because I was just gonna let everything play out, and then
When I say I really feel like Akira played them, made them think that she was cool. She said Akira was basically saying that, hey, my marriage is over with, and then she said to Brene, I think you and Tim should be together. Y'all always, seem to find y'allself back to each other, this, that, and the third, and suggested this is what she meant when she said they knew. But I'm gonna break it down tonight and explain to you guys, like, and fill in the gaps as it relates to this. And this is why I feel like it most definitely was a test for them. Y'all, they fell for the bait, and when they fell for the bait, voila. You have to let the relationship now speak for itself. She in court calling Devin Mr. Montague. She cannot listen. She up in court calling Devin Mr. Montague. When I tell you, I think that, it was at one point in a testimony, Akira mama told her she needed to open up her eyes. When Akira started opening up her eyes and really started seeing things for like what they were, this is during the time she done saw messages, the videos and stuff like that. Brene didn't elaborate on them videos to my son. She was very embarrassed that she does not drink. She said she don't drink and she don't cuss. Well, why is it that in March you went to get some drinks? Why did you go get drinks in March? This was in January. You went and got drinks in March. And she really didn't elaborate on the video. But Akira said it to Tim, because Tim said on the witness stand, oh, she wanted us to be together. She did not want y'all to be together. But y'all kept acting like y'all couldn't stay away from each other. So she just said it. She put it out there. She played y'all. And y'all fell for the bait and y'all took it. You fell for the bait and you took it. And then they asked, I think it was Tori, which is Tim's sister. They asked Brene what was her name now, and they said Brene Montague. So yeah, baby, when I say that girl, listen, Akira opened up her eyes and said, "Chess, mother, this ain't checkers. Chess, motherfucker, this ain't checkers. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?" She said Akira, like, you can tell, like, Akira was just pretty much going insane by the stuff that was going on around her when she really just opened up her eyes, because she was like, Tim just started, Akira had a conversation with Brene, and then she went in the room and just started screaming, Tim, I found your wife. I found your wife. I found your wife. And shortly after, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and say this part to y'all. They said Robin asked the question, asked Imani, did you know that when Brene went and signed that lease for your brother in January 31st or something like that, that she wrote on there, she signed as his girlfriend? I told y'all, Brene saw that situation and she moved on it. She jumped on it. I'm gonna break it down tonight. She took that opportunity, and when I say she set up to build her own foundation, most definitely off Akira's weakness, off her pain, off her hurt, her vulnerability. Like, she did that, baby. When I tell you, I got to listen, we doing our theatrics tonight, because I got to show y'all how Robin was sitting. I got to show y'all how the jury was sitting. I got to show y'all how folks in just how everybody was sitting, how the judge was looking. Like, I'm gonna paint the whole picture to y'all tonight. When I get out of court, I'm gonna try to go live by 6 o'clock, because I'm keeping my clothes on, because I got to show y'all how the mirror. I can't wait for Robin to cross-examine Brene, because she's the last witness for plaintiff herself. So once They do. I told them when Brene took the stand, I looked at the young lady beside me who's here. I said, she finna talk to them like she doing a closing statement. Why the judge had to stop and tell her this is not a closing statement? This is just you only speaking about the facts of the situation. Tell me why she cannot stop smiling when she mentioned Tim's name. You don't think the jury see that? If I'm looking at you, seeing how you light up talking about this man, you don't think that the judge, the juror, and everybody else see how you lights up? But when you talk about Devin, you're dry. Y'all, when I say I ain't never seen no stuff like this, I ain't never seen no stuff like this. It is so ludicrous. We may possibly, it's 3:32. So we may possibly be going over into Monday and then it'll be done. I'm gonna let y'all know if I'm gonna stay or not till Monday. I'll let y'all know. But y'all, when I say I ain't never seen no mess like this, I ain't never seen no. A lot of the stuff that Tim said, and I'm gonna be very clear when I say this, because the way that I feel like Tim and Brene has handed this case over, I don't know, like there is most definitely, in my personal opinion, the evidence, because it's all about proving that there was literally alienation of affection. You can see that Akira went through a wave of emotions. You can clearly see that, Brene used Tim's text messages that he had between him and his now ex-wife as evidence. When I tell you the way that has played against her and has worked more in Akira's favor than her favor, I don't know if she realized that. Me and Devin in the courtroom, Devin sits a bench ahead of me to the right. And Devin looks back at me. I look at Devin. And when I say we're in disbelief, he like dumb. And I'm just like SLOW. Because it was just like, why would you play that? Because now you just really helped Akira. You just solidified her complaint and her facts of finding. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can clearly tell that girl wanted her husband. Tim got on the stand, y'all, and act like the text messages that was on the screen wasn't him. Even though they read out his number, they asked him, did he realize, and I'm probably gonna be all over the place. I hope I'm not, but he wanted to deny that wasn't. He wouldn't confirm that was his phone number, because that's what it was. His phone numbers. The way that the text messages are, seemed like they came maybe from off an iPad, and then it was printed, because the one with the phone has like the bubble. So I think the way those messages came from an iPad, because of the way, and that's why they kept saying that they felt like it wasn't a real, it wasn't real. The part that got me, so this morning, Attorney Robin stood up and she told the judge that she had explicit pics, or an explicit pic, and she wanted to she wanted to publish it to the jury. So you can limit that, because that means that they would most definitely have put it on the screen, but he most definitely didn't allow that, but he allowed her to have copies. And when the juror came in, they provided the juror with a copy, and it was a copy of his private part that he had sent Akira. There was explicit text messages that exchanged between Akira. When I say explicit, I mean explicit, and this is this is like after he had left the home and after the day of separation. So clearly they were still being intimate as husband and wife. He was coming down to where Akira was to tuck the kids in at night, but apparently he was doing more than tucking the kids in. He was tucking Akira in too. You know what I'm saying? Cause baby, he really. I'm not gonna go into details about what was what, but they actually went into like explicit details as to, you know, the text message, and it was raw. When I say it was raw, it was raw. It was like sexting and, you know, talking about just, you know, being intimate, how it felt, what it was like, you know, this, that, and the third. So yeah, Renee sitting over there. This is her. Yeah, we got 18,000 people up in here. Let's get it. Let's get them. Let's click. Let's engage. Renee was sitting up there like this. She was so bothered. When I say she was so bothered, she was so bothered. And Robin asked her at some point, like when she was talking to, cross and examining her, do she believe, does she believe Tim lie? And she said no, she believes everything he says. Everything. So in her mind, Akira them did not, like, they weren't together. She keeps saying that Akira had announced that her and Tim were getting a divorce, and then she announced that her and Devin were getting a divorce. But remember yesterday that I said Devin had stated that Brene was trying to get a divorce online. She also tried to pay for Tim's and Akira's divorce as well. So today she kept saying, like, when Robin asked her about the date that they got divorced, this girl said, which one? I didn't know you can be divorced from one spouse. Well, I ain't gonna say, yeah, you can't be divorced. She said, which one? It was only one. And so it was like the legal separation. So that's just like some context of what we kind of experienced today in court. I told y'all that Brene did not know how to lay the foundation to submit her video into evidence. Well, today she did. So Tim took the stand, and he basically was just trying to downplay. He stated that Akira was like verbally abusive towards him. Then he remembered the January the 27th video of him in the living room. And then I told y'all he kept saying that Brene was really that Brene was intoxicated. So Tim's testimony began, and they started showing the messages between Akira and Tim. Brene got on the stand. I mean, Tim was on the stand and asked Tim. She asked Tim, "Do you want children?" Tim stated that he didn't want children at the time that he had children. Y'all, when I tell y'all, we was like in disbelief that she would sit there and ask that man and question that man about whether he wanted children. And due to the fact that he does have children, that was so weird to me. And so she was like, he was like, he didn't want children this early. And he talked about Akira getting pregnant shortly after they got married. And he was like, Akira had did some weird stuff to like get pregnant. Basically, you know how, like he said, she turned upside down. But and he was like 5 weeks later, she was pregnant. She most definitely was pregnant. And so I don't like the way he like tried to pull and pick Akira apart on the witness stand. Tim stated that Akira knew that he and Brene were hanging out, but it was Akira's testimony that she knew But Tim also told her that Devin was with them at the same time. So Brene and Tim keep saying, oh, Akira knew. So he would say that he was out with Brene, but he was also telling Akira that Devin was with them, which was to be a lie. Devin wasn't with them. So when we heard Brene get on the internet talking about they knew, this is what she was talking about. But she left out the part that they really played in their face and act like, you know what I'm saying? They twisted it. They twisted the truth. You don't I wrote down, you don't think that the jury is taking notes that her evidence that she has is really working in Akira's favor. That the evidence that her now husband is giving her to try to help her beat this lawsuit. She don't think that doesn't hurt her. She don't think that the jurors are not taking that into consideration. Y'all, come on, let's get those likes up. That the juror is taking that into consideration, that the only evidence that you got is the messages and videos that your now husband has provided you with because he was with his then wife. So in the video, Akira was basically talking to Tim, and she was just stating that she wasn't trying to make things, worse. That, when she go to try to talk to him, it's like she feel like, he take what she say the wrong way. And that's why it makes everything worse. So girl was just like in the video, just pouring out her heart. Y'all know how we do when we make those videos and send it to our partners and just basically try to explain ourselves more so they can get an understanding. But it was like Tim was not understanding it. And she was like, I beat myself up every day for making you feel, the way that you feel. So it was like she was talking to Tim and basically sharing that she doesn't want him to hurt, and that if he wants peace and he needs peace, to talk to whoever he needed to talk to. Now in the message it did say, even if that person is Brene, if you need to talk to Brene just so that you can find that peace of mind and get yourself together, just talk to whoever you need to so that you don't be hurting. And it was like she didn't want him to hurt. Akira most definitely wanted her marriage, and she was saying that she don't want to make things worse, and she was trying to give him space until basically he can figure it out. Akira stated that she did not know how to talk to him. She didn't know how to love him because of everything that she doesn't seem to be good enough for him. A video of Akira sending Tim a response to him calling her a virus. That was the response, that she was giving, and just basically trying to help him understand where she was coming from. And also, there was a video of Akira telling Tim that she acknowledged that she allowed Brene to come in, and she brought Brene into the home because Brene acted like Devin was trying to hurt her, and that was the only reason why she allowed her in the home. She played that video in court because it was said multiple times that Akira and Tim Akira allowed him in the home. You played a video in court, like Brene played this video in court this morning, and it basically Akira saying that, yeah, I allowed Brene to come in home, but that was only because you guys told me that Devin was trying to buck up at her. Also, too, Akira was crying and saying that she felt like that he had replaced her with Brene. And I love how Attorney Robin just kept telling them, and I'm going to explain this part to you guys too. I love how Attorney Robin kept explaining to them, do you realize that we are in alienation lawsuit and criminal conversation lawsuit, and then actually breaking it down. So I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna pin it right there. Akira had expressed to Tim that, you know, she felt like that basically Brene was taking her place, that he was replacing her with Brene. And she said she apologized for how she always how he feel as a man. Tim admitted that they did reconcile after the infidelity. I didn't understand because he act like they didn't. He act like they weren't happy. They didn't get back in a good place. But today he actually said that he admitted that they reconciled after their infidelity. He also stated that him and Akira should have never, ever, 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 ever been married. And he said when they reconciled without a plan. Robin get on the stand and asked, well, Robin started cross-examining him because now Brene is finished. And she asked him, do you know the difference between a truth and a lie? And that he was under oath. She reminded him that he was on oath. So he was like, she said, when you talked to Brene, you said Brene was your final wife. And he said, mm-hmm. So she asked him, was she the wife that put you through school? He said, mm-mm. Was she the wife that, the first wife? He said, mm-mm. She said, was she the wife that bore your 2 children? Baby, when I say Robin came out the gates eating Tim ass up, oh, my bad, I'm sorry, cousin. Eating Tim up, she came out she came out the gates like, y'all know how I said that, and for y'all who don't know, Tim mama and Akira auntie got into it at the courthouse. And baby, the way they said that she Akira auntie yoked up Tim mama and literally knocked her out her shoes, I felt like that's what Robin did to Tim in court. Like, she came out the gates on him. She told him that, isn't it true that you wanted to work out, stuff with your family? Tim said that he had stopped being intimate with Akira. That's when Robin pulled up the text messages about Tim and Akira still being intimate and having sex and talking nasty and just finished doing stuff. And I'm talking about, y'all, Tim text messages was like in the wee hours of the morning. He texts her, good morning sunshine. He texts her, hey Mrs. Montague, with emojis. And on January the 17th, 2024, he had Akira had expressed that she was uncomfortable with Brene being there. On 3/25/2024, he stated that the messages was altered and that wasn't him. So Robin called out the number that was above on the text messages, and he said that wasn't him. So on March 23rd, 2024, at 9:48 p.m., there was a picture of Tim's private part because Akira had asked for a Pee-wee picture. And to send it, Tim looked at the picture and said that it wasn't him. Tim denied that it was his private part, and he said that he should know that that's his private part because he looked at it all the time. So they passed the juror the pictures, y'all. So I don't know if she juror number 1 or juror number 11. All I know was, she juror number 12. She the 12th juror. So all I know was they got the picture, and I don't think they didn't know what they was looking at because they had just came in. So the lady got the picture, and she was like, that's how she did it. That man was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they to watch their emotions, and some of them was able to literally like control their emotions. But can you imagine, like, literally 11 other people outside of your mama and the women that you've been with know what your penis look like. Lord Jesus. I'm talking about to look at their faces was like literally cray. Exhibit 197. Y'all, when I tell y'all, Robin have now officially, because she said exhibit 700 and something before we left. I said exhibit 700. 700? Like those, this is... So on February the 6th, 2024, at 4:30 a.m. in the morning, Tim texts Akira NGL that sex was A1, which is not gonna lie. The intimacy was A1. Exhibit 196, February the 6th, Akira sent Tim a video of Renee. He said, he texted back, answer your phone, because she was trying to call him. So, like, she sent him this video. Tim asked Akira to delete the video so that they can move forward. This is what his text message said. He said, delete the video so that we can move forward. On January the 28th of 2024, Akira told him Renee that she wanted Renee to leave. Now, he's sitting up there saying that them text messages not his. So Robin asked him, well, if you sitting up here saying that this is not your private part, and that these text messages are not real, why should the jury believe and trust anything that you say? Like the way she used that against him, because he kept saying that everything was a lie. She had asked him, well, do you believe that everybody who have given their testimony has been truthful? He said, no. Devin, and then he was like, you lying. Basically, he was there telling him, you lying. And then she asked him, do he lie? And he almost said, yeah. He almost said, yeah. Jane, because he had said that Akira really just didn't express that that she was uncomfortable with Renee. So Robin laid the foundation that Akira most definitely was texting him multiple times. Remember, I just said that it was one time on the 28th of January and on the 30th of January. Now, this is why this is important, because January the 31st is when she actually went to do a lease. Hold on. So Akira texts him again about being uncomfortable with Renee. Baby, Robin asked him, was he the head of the household? And y'all, this is how she was. She was sitting like this. When I tell you my girl was so cool, calm, and collect, she said, do you consider yourself to be the head of the household? He said, yep. She said, how you the head of the household? You don't pay no bills. I said, dang. Thank you. I said, dang, baby had me. Baby, I don't know if I was getting ready to drink some water, but I almost spit my water out. Y'all, please open up the comments, because, baby, we got the pen right there. We got to pause it. Open up the comments. She said, how you the head of your household when you ain't never paid no bills? Tim didn't know what to say. When I say Tim didn't know what to say, baby, when I say Robin was literally, listen. I don't know if y'all from this area and if y'all going through something like this, but baby, Robin, y'all need her. Y'all need her. Baby, y'all need her. Sister girl ain't playing. She ain't playing with them, because they really tried to play with Akira. And if we got to go through this with Devin, I'm here for it. He couldn't say nothing. He couldn't say, listen, I said, y'all, he was sitting up there looking like Cleo from Set It Off. He was literally looking like Cleo from Set It Off. He couldn't do nothing. So he was talking about, so she revisited the question in her cross-examination about him not wanting to marry Akira. He said we should never been married. He didn't want to marry her and this, that, and third. So she asked him, did anybody put a GUN to your head and make you marry Akira? He said no. He said, was anybody, she said, did you sign the paperwork? Did anybody stop you from signing the paperwork? He said no. We already knew. So then they asked him, she asked him, did anybody force him to sign? So she asked him how much money do he make, like, I guess back in 2024 or now. He said he make about $30,000, and he was like, it all depends on something. I guess like what you call it, like the people who sales, I guess. What's the word for it, y'all? Commission. Yes, thank you. Cut the commissions back out. So then he was like, he really didn't have no money. He tried to say that he really didn't date Akira. He didn't take Akira out on dates and stuff like that. So he asked her, do he take Brene out on he asked him, do you take Brene out on dates? Do you pay for your dates? He gonna say sometime. We know Brene pay for them dates. We know she pays for everything. Cause you just said she ain't had no money. Robin had said that asked him, did Akira put him through school? He gonna say no. She did not put me through school. She did not do my homework. She was not there when I was on the football field. She was this, she was not this, she was not that. So he was like, well, did she contribute money to putting you through school? I said the way that was so disrespectful to Akira, her grandmama, and her mom, because you know that lady sat up on that stand. Akira testified, and then also the grandma testified, the mama testified that they had bought you a car too. That they made sure you had everything that you need. Tim said that, so she asked him about how many jobs have he had. He did work at FedEx, and also he worked at a school. But he said when the lawsuit had hit the internet, and he said like this, he said when the lawsuit hit the internet and them people heard the word adultery, they fired him. They fired him. He said that out his own mouth. He said he got fired because he was in the middle of a lawsuit and it was for adultery. Y'all, like you didn't know, and then the way I would have sat down so that wouldn't look like it was true, like you should have sat down so that, it wouldn't affect you. So he gonna try to say, well, November the 30th of 2023, he texted Akira and told her that he said, I appreciate you, babe. And what are you making for dinner? And then he said something about, ask her, was she making tacos? And then on November the 30th at 1:30 p.m., he said he don't, he got mad because he said this crazy stuff that I'm talking about when you don't express, or when you don't respond when I express my feelings. That was in February 19th, 2024. And Akira said, I didn't see your text messages. In February of 2024, he messaged Akira and asked her, why is it that she don't want to be married to him? So if you don't want to be with somebody, why do you care if they want to be with you or not? That's how we know that he most definitely wanted his wife, and he most definitely wanted his marriage. And y'all have to understand that Robin has to lay this type of foundation so that she can prove that there was, love and affection inside of the marriage before the date of separation, and also during the time that Brene came onto the scene and, you know what I'm saying, broke this up, because that's how I'm gonna say it, broke it up. Tim said that everyone was lying. He said Devin wasn't credible. He said everybody was lying but him. So then she pulled up the video that Brene had recorded. Listen, this was a video, the video where Brene was, that I demonstrated the other day, was actually Tim's phone. So she had Tim's phone, recording on Tim's phone, telling him she couldn't wait to be Mrs. Montague. She couldn't wait to have, you know, this, that, and the third. Said that they just had sex, and even though they just had sex, she still wanted, she wanted every day. So he said clearly she's intoxicated in that video. Clearly she's intoxicated in that video, bro. Clearly. And so she was like, well, what tense are she using? Is she using present or past tense? Because he tried to make it seem like because they had history and when they were 14 years old, they slept together, that she was reminiscing about the 14-year-old version of him. So when Robin asked him what tense was she using, and he said present, he had to say present because it wasn't past tense. Baby, I'm talking about, man, I hadn't even thought of that one. I did say that nobody's reminiscing, but the way she pulled that out in court, like she set him up and he walked dead into it. So what got him too was that Brene was like, oh, I want it from the back, the front, the side, the back. I want it every day. And then she was just like, I'm so glad, I'm so happy that we're doing this again. Lord Jesus. Because y'all know that we didn't hear that part. We didn't see that part written in the documents. So when she said, oh, did you hear what she just said? I'm so happy that we are doing this again. That means for the second time. Okay, y'all, remember that, because now I'm going to tell y'all how she got Brene on the stand with that rekindle. Hold on. So he gonna tell Robin that he don't think that was a good question to ask him. I was like, you supposed to be answering yes or no. He was like, I don't think that's a good question to be asking me. Like, you don't get to choose, you know what I'm saying, how I ask you a question. So then she said, do you think that it was appropriate if Akira was, do you think that was appropriate? And if Akira was okay with it, why would you send a video and question her about it? No, why would she send you a video and question you about it? Because she was like, do you think Akira thought that was appropriate? And if that was an appropriate video, why would Akira send you the video and then question you about it? Okay, February 7th of 2024. I gotta read my chicken scratch, y'all, because when I say it be going so fast, like court, like trying to take notes with a pen. She was like, she been trying to tell him about Brene and the actions and stuff like that. And also on February the 5th of 2024, Tim sent her a message saying that he was going to SHOOT, the club book. He was going, the club book. On February the 5th, he also sent her a message and said, I love you more than my own self. And also, he sent her a message in February at 6:48 a.m. and saying that he didn't know if he can do life without her. He also sent her a message in February as well and said, I love you, shaking my head, I'm here. He also sent her a message when she had that car accident and he was asking her was she good and if she needed him, that he was there. So she asked him, how do you find love and affection? Because he kept saying, just because I sent a message and say I love you don't mean that it was love and affection. So Robin asked him, well, how do you define love and affection? He said, by showing a person, and he was like, your action. I said, boy, you so slow, because did you just get with her mama in June, July of 2023 and planned a 25th birthday party for your wife? That's not actions. That's when he really was on the stand looking like Cleo from Set It Off. So then she pulled out Exhibit 213. And this was on January the 9th of 2024. And as you can see, she was skipping around to certain messages. She said, he said, Akira responded and said, I ain't gonna read that. Those are the explicit messages. I'm not reading that. She expressed how she felt like he is being taken away from her. Now that's what you got to prove. When I say Robin has done an excellent job with this case, she has done an excellent job, because the text messages between Akira and Tim is evident that she wanted her marriage. Her stating that she feel like she's being pulled away because Brene, has now come into the picture. Like, that's what you got to prove in the alienation case, is that there was love and affection in that marriage during the time that all of this had transpired and happened. So it didn't matter what happened in 2018, really 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. Those are things that are that can be helpful. However, I noticed Robin's sole focus was on the year of 2023 and 2024, which is that year before the date of separation, like when all of this started to transpire and take place, and also leading up to the actual date of separation. Also, Robin passed out a picture because you remember that Tim kept saying that he didn't feel like Akira was pregnant and that she lied. And then he was like, yesterday he said that I thought she was on birth control. So how can you get pregnant when you on birth control? So on April 9th of 2020, 6:35 p.m., there were actually messages between Tim and Akira addressing the fact that she was pregnant. And so it says that the fetus looked like it when she went and showed the pictures to like the doctor or the nurse practitioner, whoever it was she saw. They told her that that fetus looked like it was deformed because Akira was on depo. Said that. Okay, so then the second person who took the stand was Brene mama. Now, out of all the people that I would say that I felt like had a very sincere testimony on Brene's side, like the defendants, out of the defendants witnesses, I would say it was Brene mama. But then I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm gonna tell y'all. So Brene mama came and she was like, asked her what she do. She said she worked at some type of pharmaceutical place and then she owned her own business. So then they pulled up text message. Well, Brene had pulled out text messages between her mama and Akira. And so the text message was given, and it was from January the 26th of 2024. And it started off with, "Sorry I missed your call. Brene called me and I tried to decline and we got disconnected." She said, Akira said, "Respectfully, leave me out of it. Neither was Tim. Neither Tim." And she said, "I don't need marriage advice from anyone who went through their marital issues, and then their marriage didn't last themselves." And she said that her and Tim were good, and asked that, she just stay out of it. So at first we didn't understand like the context of the message, because I really felt like Brene didn't lay a good foundation. But then when her mama started expounding on it, it was basically about the incident where Brene had left the home and actually went to go stay in Akira's and Tim's home. So the mama had said that the next day Devin had came over and basically was telling him. So this is what Brene was saying, that Devin told her family about the divorce, or that she didn't want him no more, basically. She said, "Devin came over to the house and told me that they were having some marital issues, and that he informed me that he told Brene that you can go be with Tim." And so he had told her that Devin told her that Brene had posed a hypothetical question. And if y'all seen that video where she said, "I never said that, and if I did, it was a hypothetical question about, getting back with Tim." But I'm like, how you gonna get back with somebody who was never available for you to get back with? So the mama did confirm that's what Devin most definitely said Brene had said. So she was like, Devin wanted to use her phone to call Akira. And she was like, "Well, why do you need my phone to call Akira?" Now, mind you, she said she don't know Akira. She never had talked to Akira prior to this, but she don't know Akira. So he said, "Can I use your phone to call Akira?" And she was like, "Why?" She was like, "Because she got me blocked." Now, initially, I'm just like, well, why Akira got him blocked? Then it dawned on me that because she was told that Devin tried to put hands on Brene, she blocked him. That's what I got out of it. She blocked him and she didn't want to hear nothing. She didn't want to hear nothing from him, because if that was kind of the time that he was on, she wasn't dealing with him. But that wasn't the truth. So that's how Brene mama and Akira ended up talking, because he had called that number from her phone. And that's why the message started out. That's why we started out with the message of it saying that, "Keep me out of it. I don't want to be a part of it." She did express to Mrs. Jones that Brene was good, that she didn't have nothing to worry about, and she don't appreciate, them type of situations, and that she really was looking out for Akira. So then Robin comes and cross-examined her. And she said, she tried to lay down the foundation here to show that Akira and Brene were more than acquaintances. So she asked her, "Would you take up for someone who was not your friend?" That woman said, "Yeah, she'll take up for an acquaintance." She said, "Well, do you feel like, that Akira was, really looking out for what in the best interest of Brene during this time of her believing that Devin had bucked up at her and wanted to put hands on her?" Also, she went on to say that she don't get in Brene's business. She asked her, did she know that Brene was living over there at Tim's in Akira's house? She said no. She said, "You didn't have a conversation with your daughter?" She said, "Well, I allow my kids to come and talk to me. And when they come and talk to me, all I do is listen." I said, "Oh, that's the problem. See, that's the problem. She should have did more than just listen. You should have been giving them some helpful advice and leading and guiding them in the way that they need to go. Because just listening to them, then she gonna say, I didn't feel the need to do that because Akira. No, she said because Brene is married and she got her own husband. I said exactly. That's what it's supposed to be. She got her own husband. So then after that they let her down. That's why I said that her testimony probably was the most authentic, because she didn't try to make it seem like Devin, you know what I'm saying? She just tried to stay like truthful. You can tell she just tried to stay truthful. She didn't try to add no little editorial remarks or insert editorial remarks or anything. She just basically, recounted what happened. If she didn't have any knowledge of it, she didn't have no knowledge of it. So then Tamika Green gets on the stand. They asked her about her occupation. So Brene is literally calling Tim mama and his sister. And she did her mama first because I knew she was saving Tim family last. Because who knows Tim better than his family? His family. And then he had said on the stand that if anybody who know me and seen any of this is my sister Armani. We gonna get to her. So the mama said that she worked 2 jobs. She a registered behavior technician and something else. So Brene asked her to tell them about the marriage. Him and Akira's marriage and arrangement. So she was like, that Tim and his roommate had got into it. And him and Akira were actually girlfriend, boyfriend, and they were staying together. He stated that in his testimony that Akira didn't have nowhere to go. She couldn't go back home. I just found that so weird for him to say that, because Akira the only child, so why she couldn't go even though her mama adopted 2 kids, like why she couldn't go home. So listen to me when I say this, that this is the same lie. These are the same lies that he had been telling Akira during the course of his marriage about Brene, as it relates to this happened with Devin. This is why Brene needs to come over here. Or Devin is with us, so you don't have nothing to worry about. So when I heard that he had told his mama that Akira didn't have nowhere to go, I felt like he was lying, because he lied about Brene. Devin trying to put hands on Brene. He lied about what else I said he lied about? He lied that Devin was with him and Brene when he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It's just like he wanted these things to happen. Therefore, he was lying and manipulative to make sure that they happen. So I felt like in order for him to keep Akira up underneath him and they be together, he lied to his mom and said she ain't had nowhere to go. And I'm pretty sure Akira went along with it just so that they can be together. That's how I feel like happened. Because I don't know, the way that Akira mama is so supportive of her, I just don't think that woman would not let her only child come back to the house boy back. So that's why I felt like after everything, like when they got through talking, I kind of put that together and said that now that makes more sense. So the mama basically said that because, of that, and Tim really having the heart that he had of not wanting to see somebody out on the streets, she allowed it. But also too, that was his girlfriend, and it sound like, oh, that's in the money, so never mind. So thank you. Y'all, can we get those likes up? We got 24K in the room. Welcome you guys. And hey, so she said that because of where they were spiritually, she and Tim's father allowed Akira to come stay. She said they was in the process of getting ready to move anyway, but she allowed them to stay at the house. But the stipulation was they had to get married within 60 to 90 days because they couldn't, just be living in the house together. So Tim said yesterday that because time was winding down, he just went on ahead and married Akira. He said, I didn't propose to her. When I say he just tried to make it seem like their marriage was shit, it's like he really painted a really bad picture. So Brene asked them, like, had she ever lived with Tim and Brene, or Tim and Akira ever lived with her? The mama stated that they lived with her like 3 different times, 2018, 2019, and then she didn't say the year of the other ones. So she was like, well, what was their relationship like? She said, oh, they was always arguing. And she was just like, my son is like a big kid and Akira is a big kid. Then she was like, going back, let me say this. When I first met Akira, Tim said, Mom, I got somebody I want you to meet. So he was like, they met somewhere, and Akira got out the car and walked around, looked at her and said, hey, Mom. And she don't say, I thought that was weird. Then she ran around the car and started talking to Amani. She slick tried to make Akira look bad too. I ain't gonna lie to you. She really made me mad and made me feel away because I felt like she was trying to underhand, because like, why did we need to know that? I feel like that was an editorial type thing, but like, she called me Mom and I thought that was weird. Like, ooh. So she said that they was always arguing. She said she remembered this one time they was staying with her and they got into it about something, and Tim left the house and he left for hours. And she said Akira was trying to call him, figure out where he was, just, she was crying. She talked to her, told her, gave her some advice and stuff like that on what she needs to do and not do, and that they could do that. But she said they was always arguing, always arguing. That's what she said. They was always arguing. The mama said that she ended up crying. She was crying so bad shortly after they got married because she was like, she should never allow them to get married because they were so young. Tim was about 20 and I think Kira was like 18. She said that, so then Brene said, well, was any type of violence in the home, among the party? Y'all, when I tell y'all got to know that the jury is actually looking at how Brene is using her now husband, family, his text messages to literally, depict Akira apart, like to tear her apart. That's crazy. It's not because of something that you really like personally went through with her as it relates to, oh, she did all, you witnessed these things. She did not witness. Listen, not one time was Brene able to say she witnessed Akira and Tim. Well, I don't think she witnessed them being like in that space, but like I think when they had a disagreement, she said later on in her testimony that she would be the referee. So, but I don't think she witnessed like domestic type stuff. But it's always, it was stuff that like his mama, stuff that they had seen to kind of like try to, I don't even know what she was getting with that because that didn't make sense to me. But anyway, well, try to prove that there was no love and affection in the marriage. So they talked about, in the interrogatories, not in the interrogatories, in the emergency custody order, when Tim tried to get custody of his kids, he talked about Akira. He talked about her mental health. He talked about the fact that he said put through WA wax on him. I ain't think I could say it, but threw wax on him. He stated that they had got into it And there was some candles, I guess, lined up somewhere. The last one was lit, but Akira came and had just knocked it all down. And it wasn't like she took it and she just poured it on him or she just threw it at him. It was just like she knocked it over, and he happened to be in the way, and it got all over him. Money talks about that event when she was on the stand, talking about Tim had on a pink shirt. Why did Tim have on a pink shirt? Said Tim had on a pink shirt and the wax was all over him. And the mama said she was just so mad and upset. And, the baby was with him. And, he just really tried to make it seem like that girl just purposely put it on him. So, pin that, because I ain't going to tell y'all what I want to tell y'all, but y'all remember that. So, she said she called her daughter and told her daughter, listen to me. She said, I called my daughter and I told my daughter I need to go to Akira's and Brene house. Oh, I said exactly. Akira and Brene's house. We heard you. You're supposed to be saying Akira and Tim, but yeah, she been there for so long. It's almost like it was her house. We heard you, girl. We heard you. And she said, I told him he don't argue with the woman. That's what he got her for. Baby, y'all should have seen Akira mama squirm in her seat. And all I seen with them lips went like this. Baby, when I tell y'all, I believe, baby, I believe Miss Nora, if I'm saying her name right, baby got some hood in her. I already know about that sister. I believe she got a little hood in her, baby, because, baby, y'all better not let them red bottom fool y'all like the grandma said they came. So okay, wait a minute, hold up. So she said she was mad about that. So Tim had allegedly told her a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not going to even go into that because I feel like it's just irrelevant for me to actually repeat because it's a sensitive topic. But they was talking and Akira mama looked at Tim mama looked at Akira and said, "Get the F out my face." And she said, I shouldn't have said that. And I was just really mad and upset and this, that, and the third. And so y'all know how when you get into an argument and just say me and my mama at odds with each other, right? And I may say something to you, possibly about my mama, or I may make a comment that will be sensitive to my mama and that probably will hurt her, but I'm saying it to somebody else. When I said y'all, I felt like Tim mama and his sister tried to do stuff and throw out little seeds to hurt Akira by using stuff that she said to them to hurt her and her mother's relationship. And that's how I'm gonna put it. Because I was just like, why would you say that in court? Why do we need to know that? You know what I'm saying? It's like you know how it is when you get mad, now you want to start telling people secrets. Like, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, because why what was your motive? It didn't have a place in this conversation. So why did you say that? Why did you put it there? She said that on February the 6th, when they had the baby's basketball game, all of them had met up. She said that she met with Akira's mama and basically was like, no matter what's going on between my son and your daughter, I just want to make sure that we're good, because at the end of the day, we are grandparents and we got to do what's in the best interest of these kids. So just saying, basically, if Akira and Tim was in a position where they couldn't get along, that they will have to do like exchange. She said that if they choose to go their separate ways, she just want to make sure that, you know, they were cool. So I didn't know until Robin did her cross-examination with Tamika that they had a conversation about what was going on between Tim and Brene and about the videos that Akira had found. Baby, when I tell you, Tim mama is the type of mama that hold her kids up in the wrong, because the way she was responding to some of the things that Robin was saying just let me know what type of mother she was. Then she had the audacity. So Robin asked her, well, do you believe your son be telling the truth? That woman said, no. I mean, immediately. So you know Tim is a compulsive liar. Your own mama sat on the stand and immediately said she don't believe everything you say. So Brene asked Tim mama, how do she know her? She stated she went back to when year 2014. This woman said, I was working over the children's ministry in the church. Everybody tap the screen. Let's get to 20 mil. This woman said she was I said, baby, who let you be over their children? And she said she knew that they had a relationship, but it didn't last long. Because everybody wasn't on board. Y'all, she looked at Brene and said she was sorry about this. If y'all remember Brene's text message, she said she couldn't stand Tim folks. So Robin cross-examined Tamika. So she asked her about the year of 2018 and 2019. She said, did you know that during the time that the incident involving the wax, that my client found out that your son had cheated on her? She couldn't say nothing. She said, did you see that they were happy and that they were, she said, I can't tell you, I can only tell you with what I see with my own eyes. So she was asking her question about, you know, was there love and affection and stuff like this in 2018 and 2019. The mama said, no, I can only attest to what I seen. And that ain't what she saw in 2018-19. She said, well, in 2023 and 2024, and this is where this plays an important part as it relates to the alienation of affection during the time that this lawsuit was actually filed. She said, did my client and your son ever live with you? She said, no. She said, did my client was ever something about being, about, you know, she seeing, you know, what they had did? And she said, no. She said, well, with your eyes, can you see the cruise pictures that I put up here? She said, yes. And then she went through a slew of pictures. Man, when I tell y'all, it was so many pictures of Akira, like, they had captured their relationship, them being together as a couple. I'm talking about, it was like endless pictures. Endless pictures. Tim laying back in to Akira's arm, him kissing her on her face, him smiling. Like, this was where he didn't have that big ugly smile like he had with Brene. It was like a natural, general smile. Tim gonna say, just because I was smiling, he gonna say, were you happy in that picture? He's shaking his head. No, he wasn't happy in any other pictures that was being displayed on the screen. So she said, well, if you, so because the mama said that she wasn't around in the year of 2023, thank you, in 2024, how did she not know? How would she be able to tell that they really didn't have love and affection? Baby, when I tell you Robin was like, Robin is a good, hell of a good attorney. Do you hear me? When I say that sister girl, she's so poised. This, and like when she answering her question, she ain't screaming and she hollering, but when she get firm, she talk fast as hell, and them questions be rolling off her tongue. So then, since Tamika act like she didn't know what it was, baby, I'm finna tell y'all, cause this part is finna eat, and then I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna open up comments. So she act like she did. She just act like Akira wasn't this good person either. So Robin asked her about about the post she made on Facebook about holding her son down while he was in school. If y'all know that Facebook post, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. By holding him down, taking care of all the bills, everything, being a loving and supportive wife. That's basically. So then Robin asked her, she said, no, she said, I didn't get in Tim's business because she had asked something. And she said, I don't get in his business because he a man. Baby, Robin said, was he a man when he was sleeping with Brene? Was he a man when Akira mom and grandmama was helping him? I said, what? Baby, I said, that sound good to me. She asked him because she was like, he a man. And da. Then she said, well, was he being a man when he was sleeping with Renee? Was he being a man when Akira mama and grandmama was helping him? Was he being a man? I'm just like, okay, Robin. So then she asked her, was she aware of the video and what was going on between Tim and Brene? She act like she didn't know nothing about that video. And then she was like, so I'm looking. I see Akira mama just shaking her head, so I knew that she basically was saying that they had to been a lie. And I just saw her doing this. And she just, repositioned her body. So she was like, she ended up saying, well, something about the video. And then she said, well, I thought you said you didn't see a video. She said, I didn't see the video. I heard about the video. She said, oh, okay. So you heard about the video. You didn't see the video. So then she asked her, because y'all know that during the time that she made this post about Akira, this is during the time of 2023. So now this falls up under what Robin is trying to establish as it relates to there was love and affection. And the fact that Tamika did that post, it falls up under the year of 2023, saying that he did this, he did that. Thank you. That she was very supportive to her husband, shows that, yeah, there was some love and affection and some support. When I say, because it was a very powerful statement on Facebook that she had made. She said, well, he was like, well, he wasn't there. He was at school. And she was like, well, was he going back? He was going back and forth. So he would be at school, and on the weekends he'll come home. So she was like, was she cooking him meals? Was she doing that? She said, yeah. She said, well, why was she doing that? She said she could have been just trying to support him because she still loved him. I said, case closed. Okay, so Tim said she was a healthcare worker and she is in school to further her career. She stated that Tim and Akira were best friends. No. I think she was talking about Brene. I don't know if she was talking about Brene, but she said somebody. First of all, let me say this. So she gets on the stand, y'all. Her voice so damn heavy. Her voice is so heavy. She like, my name is Armani Montague. Montague. Like, her voice is very heavy. She got a heavy voice. And she was like, oh, but she seemed like she could be a okay person. She looked like she could. I think that if it was anybody who probably like tried to hold him accountable, it looked like it could have been her. But she basically said Akira went through his iPad because she found out that Tim was texting some girl. And she said that that Tim was going to try to make her hurt herself. So also she went in to say Tori said she was so, that Akira was so stressed out. Oh no, that she was so stressed out about Tim's and Akira's situation because she actually lived in the home with them. And she said when she came, by the time she moved into the home, this is Akira's mom home, because y'all know Akira's mom went to go live in Maryland or Virginia or Maryland, for about a year, and she was working. So she said the other room, Tim was up in that room, and she slept on the couch. But she was like, they was always constantly, had some back and forth. But it just seemed like Akira's feelings and stuff was like pretty much legit, because Tim was texting other girls, cheating, you know what I'm saying? And he really put her in that space mentally where she just could not trust him. So like now I'm starting to understand why Akira, it was up to him to give her that assurance, that validation, that, it was just them. Brene coming into the scene made it 50 times worse. So she said that so much was going on, she actually like flunked out of school, but Akira mama helped her get back into school. Thank you, love. She talked about the incident with the wags. So Akira had a discussion with Armani about Tim sleeping with Brene in them videos. So she said that Armani said she asked for Akira to send her the videos. Now, if you all have seen Tim's, thank you. If you all have seen Tim's lawsuit against Akira for $30,000, then yep, Tim is suing Akira for $30,000. If you all have seen that, then you all would know that he stated that Akira had given those videos to other people, but his sister actually asked for it. She said that she told Akira that she had her support, and that, she was going to get on Tim. And when she got on Tim, it wasn't nothing nice and pretty. And then she was like, Tim came and said something to her as if, like, Akira made it sound like that Armani was just in 100% agreement with her, that she not gonna be, fooling with her brother Tim, and that, she support her, and she not gonna be dealing with him like that. Just kind of like she felt like Akira had twisted up her words, which I didn't really understand that part, because if you tell somebody that you got your support, then that means that you over here with the wife and you holding your brother accountable. That's how I kind of see it. Then she gonna say she know Akira to be a liar. Amani said she did have an issue with Tim and Brene being together again. Did y'all hear that? Again. She said she did have an issue with Brene and Tim being together again. And she said, Brene, y'all, this the part that got me. So Brene had the audacity to ask Amani, how was she with Akira's children? How would she describe her relationship with Akira's children? Amani was like, oh, you know, you are the stepmom. Y'all, the way I could have literally mollywhopped Brene for even asking that girl that question, and the way that Tim's sister needed to be mollywhopped for answering that question the way that she did, it was just like disrespectful. I feel like that's just like spitting in my face. I really feel like that's just spitting in my face. She gonna ask her how was her relationship with the kids. She gonna say that you're the stepmom, and it's like that she likes the relationship that Brene has with the kids. She said that Akira had to give her a gab, and she thought that Tim was a horrible husband. Robin cross-examined her, and she asked, now follow me. She asked Amani, was she present or around Tim in 2023 and 2024? So she said she did not live with Tim in 2023. But she did stay with him like April of 2024 because, you know, he was out of the marital home. So she asked them, you know, did she ever witness, you know, Tim and Akira's marriage during this time? She didn't. She said, did you see the messages that was on the screen as it relates to your brother? She was like, she saw them. So she asked her on February 7th of 2024 at 8:29 p.m. did Brene express that she wanted to be Mrs. Montague? She said, yes. And she said, well, who is she today? She said, Mrs. Montague. Baby, when I tell you Robin was eating down. She said, are you aware that Brene signed a lease in January of 2024 identifying, this is what we found out about the lease, identifying Tim as her boyfriend. Tori said she don't believe everything that her brother says. And then she said, Tori brought up the fact of, so she asked her, did she feel like Tim and Akira had a love and affection marriage? And she said no. And she asked her, how have you ever been married? She was like, no. And she said, I don't have to be married to know. She said, my parents were married twice. Robin asked her, why did your parents, no, she said, my parents got a divorce twice. And she said, well, why did your parents get a divorce? She said, dang, none of your business why my parents got a divorce. What they got to do with anything? Brene didn't even say objection or nothing. She didn't say nothing like that. Hold on, y'all. This is my brother. That was it for our money. We actually finna go into Brene taking the stand. So let's get to 20 mil. Let's go. Can y'all turn on the comments? I answer some questions until we get there. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. Let's go, you guys. Let's get there so we can start. Did you eat? No, I haven't eaten yet. You're welcome, love. You missed everything. You mean 20K? Yeah, we had 20,000 people in here. Right here. Let's get to 20 mil likes. Right here. 20 mil likes. Everybody, let's tap it up. If everybody work together, the number change real fast. And we can get started. Wait, who is Tori? Tori is Tim's sister. We got 2 more to go, you guys. Yeah, Tori is our money. That's Tim's sister. While we get to 20 mil, I'ma say this, y'all. Brene takes the stand. And before I can tell y'all how the cross-examination went, I have to first tell y'all how Brene presents her, how she responds to it's the finding. She has to state the facts, argue the facts of the case. We was in there, and I said before she got started, first judge already told her stop fumbling with them papers. She's just fumbling, just fumbling with the papers. Then she don't know what she marked. Now Robin has like but we stopped at today 700 plus exhibits. Brene has about 16 exhibits, but Robin got 700 plus already. She would what number you got your when I tell y'all this is exactly how she was just like I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just trying to make sure you. Okay, well, I'm taking these copy off. That's how she was. This is how the judge was. We almost there, y'all. The judge was sitting there like this. He said, Mrs. Kennard, she had no redirect for her mama, Tim. No redirect for Imani, like it was nothing. That's my chair. That right there, that's my chair. She just had nothing. Look, my stomach growling. I think I'm gonna order a pizza if I can. It ain't too late. Yeah, he don't acknowledge her as Mrs. Montague. That's Akira's name. Well, my chair is not laughing. It's this right here. The handle. Eat you something, I will. I don't know about Tim. Yeah, I'm staying. Right. I'm about to turn off the comments anyway. We at 20. We almost at 20 mil. Y'all ready? Let's go. Cut them off. We at 20 mil. Let's jump into Brene. I can't do nothing about this chair, y'all. Hold on. Oh, I know what I can sit on. Okay, so when Brene get ready to start her stuff, I already know. Hold on. Them kids sound like they are in the hallway. Hold on a second, playing. Little kid loud. Little kids loud. Okay, so Renee takes the stand. When she takes the stand, she keep calling Devin Mr. Montague. She said she came around. She described. So wait a minute. Before then, so when she first got on the stand, I told the lady beside me, who was a supporter. I can't even remember her name, baby. If you watching, I am so sorry. But it was a beautiful young lady that was sitting beside me, and I said to her, I said, Brene is finna talk to the jury like she doing her closing argument. I be doggone. She does just that. She does just that. She started literally arguing. This didn't happen. That didn't happen. Da 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 da. This, that, and that. The judge had already told her nobody would be asking her questions, but she just have to state the facts of the case. And so he said, "You're not doing a closing argument, and you would do that later." Oh, okay, Your Honor, I understand. And so then she goes back into it. So when she goes in, she established the foundation of her and Akira. She said she started coming around in 2019. She said that their relationship, her and Akira's relationship, was built by default. They did become close, but not close friends. How do you become close but not close friends? She said it was weird that Akira and her hung around because the history that Akira and Tim had. And it was stated that Tim had told Akira that him and Brene had history and that was his first love. Now, you think that Akira, looking now at the situation, ain't no way Tim said that to Akira and was okay with Brene being in her home. That girl did not know. And also, Brene said that I think her and Akira had like a little exchange in school, like, but it wasn't nothing like, they was holding on to it or whatever. They just had like a few words or something. She said that Tim had told Akira about their past and that it was no issue because it was like a kiddie high school relationship. Haven't we been saying that it was like a kiddie high school relationship? And she was like, it wasn't nothing like for real. But then you get on YouTube, me and Tim has been knowing each other for 11 years. She said in 2023, that's when she had said she hated Tim because he had broke her heart. When I say Devin raised up, I noted this because I wanted to make sure that I capture Devin's, body language and everybody else. Devin was like this sleep. Brene took the stand. Devin got up and then he raised up and did this, looking Brene dead in her face. When I say looking her dead in her face, he was looking dead in her face. She said no one knew about the issues that her and Devin were experiencing. And my question was, well, if nobody knew about the issues in Devin that you and Devin were experiencing, why did you feel the need to come on social media and let everybody know the experiences that Akira and her husband were experiencing? Why? You didn't want to talk about your own. You wanted to keep your own issues about your marriage secretive, but you felt the need I'm here to call the folks on them. Because them folks right across from me. That's ridiculous. But I didn't understand why she felt the need to get on social media and talk about Akira's marriage. And so Akira, it was made clear in the beginning that Akira was a very private person and she never wanted her life to be, on the internet like this. She never wanted this type of attention. She talked about her and Akira hanging out, going back to her mama. She asked her mama, like, you know, did she know Akira? And she was just like, no. So she was like, well, how is she my close friend? What that had to do with you? You most definitely was a close friend. You was a close friend. So leading up, so she skipped and she say, I know you guys see, she wouldn't talk on the video. I know you guys seen the video and it's bad. I know it looks bad. And I told Akira, no, she said, it looks really bad. But I was under the influence of, you know, that LL. So, you know, it was bad. So y'all got to know there was 3 videos. And all 3 videos, she did not have on the same attire. I don't think she had on the same attire. But there was 3 different videos. The first video was her laying down talking about just having sex with Tim, and also that he likes she wanted in, you know, all the time. And the second one was her laying on Tim's chest in the bed. The third one was her in the marital bedroom. Now this is what I didn't understand, because Tim testified that he did not know that she was making a video. So Robin asked him when he was being cross-examined, how did you not know that she was making a video? Because that's what he said, when you was clearly in the video when she was shaking her rump on your private. So, but you in the video, you can clearly be seen in the video looking at the video. So she didn't talk much about that video because she knew doggone well, I didn't hear me saying I just had sex with him. What do you mean? So she goes on, and because her argument was short, and she was talking to them like, Devin was lying. He's a lie. He's the one that told me that, oh, I think you should be with Tim. And then he said Akira had a whole conversation with her saying that, oh, I think you and Tim need to be together. It seemed like y'all always find y'all self together. It's just such a connection that you guys have with each other. And I really feel like y'all should be together. So she was like, Akira had a conversation with Tim, and she came back in the room and sat in the floor, and she had, you know, was very red in the face from crying, and she had said all these things to them. Let me say this. Devin was being sarcastic. I called it. I told y'all that man did not literally mean that. Like, literally, they partners was actually being funny, and they took that for literal. Do y'all hear me? Devin was just saying something. Akira was testing them, because in the text message, and this is why I say that, because you have to still kind of connect the dots as it relates to what they're saying, what is being said in the courtroom, and what is actually being presented on the screen as far as the evidence. So Akira was playing chess. Once her mama told her she needed to open her eyes and really look and see, when she opened up her eyes, she saw what she needed to see. She told Tim that he should be with Brene. She told Brene she should be with Tim. There was a text message that said y'all both failed the test, and once again, you didn't pick me for the second time. This how I knew that girl had set them up. And they failed for it. They did exactly what she felt like. They proved to her exactly what she felt like had been going on all along, that they had reconnected and that they wanted to be with each other. And therefore, they were actually being with each other, because what is Brene now? Mrs. Montague. She played them, even though she was hurt and going through these emotions. Brene said that she got up, went in the room, and just started screaming, "Tim, I found your wife." Like she was being funny, but she was hurt. No, she wasn't being fun. Let me see how I can explain this. If I remember correctly, I want to say that this was probably, by the time that Brene is testifying about this is probably before she actually found out about the videos, because I think the videos came like days after that. So it was like she had the proof that something most definitely was going on with them. She was trying to, I guess, process it, and this, that, and the third, and then boom, she hit Tim with the video. I think that's how it said that the video came. I don't know if I made a note of that, but I think that's how it went. But she was like really just playing with them as it relates to, you know how you try to see if something is what it is, and it most definitely was. It most definitely was. All that stuff that she was doing. So this is in January. And then even though Akira them was like, you know, they was talking about, you know, should they, shouldn't they, as far as like divorce, you know, she was, you know, just didn't like the way Tim didn't validate her. Always tried to downplay, tried to make her look delusional as if. Them folks ain't gonna get them kids. Them kids is too grown. So I feel like she played the game of chess once she realized what was going on. So then on January the 25th of 2025, she showed a text message where Akira had told her, okay, now this is before the videos too. Akira had told her she can stay as long as she needs to, and that was before she actually knew the truth of what was going on. So Brene went to the house, and it was said that she came to the house and she wouldn't leave, and basically she had moved in. So she tried to use the message where Akira was telling her, you know, that she can come and that she can stay as long as she needs to get herself together, this, that, and the third. So she took that to justify why she never left that girl's house. Tim and Akira told me that they was getting a divorce. But she said that there was a statement that Akira had made. Listen to me when I say this, y'all. This is how I know for a fact Akira was not lying. Brene was most definitely setting up territory to rekindle what they had already rekindled, to move Tim out of the home so that he can most definitely be with her. This is why you see her putting things in motion. In January, she filed a fake divorce because it was not legally done. She tried to go online and get a divorce. Devin said that during this same time, she tried to pay for Akira and Tim divorce and gave him the money to do so, right? Follow me carefully. Then she says that during this time, because she always keep alluding to in January of 2024 that they were talking about separating, they were talking about divorcing. However, the text message clearly states that they didn't want no divorce because they were still being intimate with each other. He was still obviously, saying some stuff, some intimate stuff, to his wife, telling her he loved her, this, that, and the third. And then also too, he was still in the home. So I felt like when Brene heard that, she took that and used that, because how is it that in January 31st of 2024, you are a co-signer for Tim apartment. Not only are you a co-signer for Tim apartment, you identify him as your boyfriend. How is it that you're identifying? Like, listen, it is written on the lease in parentheses. Timothy Montague is her boyfriend. Robin had her to ask for the date of that lease. She gonna talk about it was updated, and that's why it had his name on. But the date say January, Brene. The date say January. Like, what part of that you don't get it? What part of that not clicking? So she said when Akira was going through, saying all this stuff, she said no one would have Mrs. Montague. Not over she said over my Ed body. So she was like, she got kind of confused as to why Akira would express not wanting to be with him, but saying that now over her Ed body before anybody else have her name for another woman. Y'all turn the comments on, because how I took that was that Akira most definitely knew. They just didn't know she knew. Well, I ain't gonna say they didn't know she knew. I just felt like she knew. And leading to like the other comments that she had made, or the other messages about how Tim made her feel like he was replacing her with somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when I tell you that girl, them text messages has been very vital in aiding her in her testimony and helping her with this case. Because without us actually seeing like the pictures, without us seeing the text message, the sexting between her and Tim, like, she really wouldn't have a case as strong as she have right now. So going back to the videos with Brene, I asked the folks around me, and when we went out on break, I said, you mean to tell me in all 3 videos she was under the influence? Because I was trying to see, was they all from the same night? And from the look of it, they wasn't. So you got 3 videos. The first videos, she didn't even look, he won't say, oh, clearly she's intoxicated. Brene didn't even look like she looked like she was tipsy, but not intoxicated to the point where she didn't know what she was doing. She was cognitively aware. I'm not opening up. I have too many people on my live to open up a panel. She was cognitively aware. You understand what I'm saying? She was too aware. And I'm just sitting up here, but hold on, y'all, because they just, Brene, we ain't gotten, Robin ain't done with her. But I'm finna tell y'all how Robin ate her up already. Robin ate her up. I was sitting in there on pins and needles for her. I was literally in there sitting on pins and needles. When I say I was sitting on pins and needles for Brene, I really was. Akira said, I wouldn't care if you and Timothy got together. Told Brene not to miss out on Brene alleged that Akira told her not to miss out on this opportunity. She said that the energy with Akira was so weird. So my question was, well, if the energy was so weird and Akira was acting so weird, why you didn't get up and go home? Why? She thought she had intentions on going home, but you never went. Then she recounted the incident where she addressed the issue with Akira's grandma and said Akira's grandma came, had a conversation with her and told her that she needed to leave and she needed to leave today. And she said, no, Akira and Tim told me that I can stay here. And she said the situation about her saying that I told her that I was living there and that she had been there for weeks was a lie. She didn't say nothing about that grandma saying that there was a pigsty. She didn't say nothing about that because she know we know. So then she was like, I never put my hands on Akira. I would never disrespect somebody like that. But then in the same brush, she came back and said that Akira grandma was brushing up on her. So she told Akira, get your grandma before I hit her. So if you wouldn't put your hands on somebody, she said, because I gotta protect myself. Yes, Akira blocking Devin showed like how down she was for Tim. I mean for Brene. Showed just how down she was. Like she don't want no part of that nonsense at all. Period. So I didn't understand why Brene didn't move. Brene said she kept telling Tim to have a conversation with Akira about that video when she found out about the video. And Brene basically wanted Tim to set up that conversation where, you know, she can talk to her, which was so weird because I don't know why she wasn't, you know, just reaching out to Akira so that Akira could talk to her, but she wanted Tim to set that up. That was weird to me. So then on March the 4th of 2024 at 10:35 a.m., excuse me, Akira wanted to meet with Brene and asked if she wanted to meet with Brene. And so Brene, like she just was too busy. Like she worked like a full-time job, you know, but I guess she worked a full-time job as a content creator. She wanted, so Akira said she wanted to meet with Brene, and then she asked her if Tim and her were a thing. So she didn't say nothing. Now Brene used these same messages, right? Because we already heard this in Akira's and Tim's case. Testimony. So she used that and say that, oh, I didn't say nothing back to her. Well, we know that because Akira already said that in her exhibit. Didn't say nothing. Then she came back and said she reached out to Akira first. So that meant she took accountability. Brene most definitely wanted Akira to find those videos. That's what I said. Because why would you record that in Tim's phone? Why? She most definitely wanted Akira to find them videos. So Brene was like, If I reached out to her, that meant I took accountability. Tell me why the judge had to stop Brene, send the juror out, and told Brene to stop doing all that editorial talking. Then he said, "Do you know what I mean?" She act like she knew what she meant, but the judge must have felt like she did because he gave her an example and told her to argue the facts instead of testifying. So she was like, she don't curse, she don't drink. So Robin gets up and cross-examine Brene. She asked Brene, where is the proof of this evidence that you have that you are making these claims about my client? Brene say, up here. She did it just like that, y'all. Everybody, when I tell you everybody in the courtroom, like it mostly people from like TikTok and stuff like that is actually there. And people, like even the people that's sitting over there on their side are literally like what Tim say, spectators. Everybody was just like, what? That girl said up here. And then she said, why would I have any messages if I had a conversation with her face to face? So then Robin goes back to the lease. Y'all follow me because baby, it's finna get real good. Robin goes back to the lease and asked Brene, who name is this? Asked, like who is this on the lease? And she said Timothy Montague. Then she was like, well, whose number did you list as an emergency contact? And she was like, Tim. And she said, read that number out. When she said, read that number out, I already knew where she was going. So she read the number out, and it was an old number that Tim used. She went back because they kept alleging that Akira messages were not real and were not from Tim, but they had his name, and they also not only had his name, they had the date. It was timestamped, right? It was timestamped with his name, the phone number, and the date. So what happened with the messages is that when she imported it, it changed like the little style. Let me tell you this too, because this happened with the therapist notes. So the therapist was like, they asked her why her notes looked different from the first one. She said during the time they was in an older building, they got a building that was more up to date, and they switched over to a different system, and that's why the font in the messages look different. So then Robin said, what number is that? So she called out the number. I wrote the number down because I knew Robin was finna go back to the messages where Tim and Akira were sexting and use those messages to confirm, and use that number to confirm that this was Tim that was texting her client. That was texting her client. Do you hear me? So then she said on January the 31st, 2024, Tim was listed on your emergency contact with boyfriend in parentheses. She said the beginning of date of your lease was 2/1/2024, right? She said you have no proof. She said, do you have any proof to show the courts that my client knew that you and Tim had a history back in 2013 and 2014? I don't. She kept saying, well, do you remember this? Do you remember that? Renee was telling somebody, I don't. But then she gonna recall a time when something happened with Akira, but you can't recall what happened with you and Tim. She said you can remember dates with what Akira said something, but you can't remember sleeping with her husband. I said, eat her up. Just go ahead, eat her up. So y'all know the picture where Renee is at Tim's football game in Barton. Or at Barton. And Akira is in the picture like this. She said that Akira, she said we was at Tim game and actually Akira photobombed my pic. I said, girl, why would you even say that? Why would you say that? So then I'm trying to remember because I had to, y'all was trying to write little notes to jog my memory. She had asked something about what was it? Oh my gosh. Cause I did write it down. Now I don't remember where this go to. But it was something about something dealing with Akira, and Brene's response was she was protecting Akira. So Robin said, were you protecting her when you slept with her husband? Robin was going so doggone fast, I couldn't keep up. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. She said exhibit 700. She addressed, let me go back before we get to exhibit 700. She asked Brene, why do she think it's appropriate to walk around a bra around a woman's husband? She gonna say, I wear a bra all the time. That girl said she wear a bra all the time. Brene, no, you don't. We we see it. We can clearly see it. No, you don't, Bookie. You don't be wearing no bra all the time. Like, why is you lying? Then she asked her, why was you in them little shorts? Because she told the jury that she was not flicking her tongue at her husband. She was not wearing short skirts. She was not twirling her hair. That those was all lies that Akira made up. So Robin was like, well, do you feel like it's appropriate that you walk around her husband with no bra and with some shorts on? And she was like, I walk around all the time everywhere with shorts on. She said, and I wear a bra. So then Robin said, well, why was you shaking? Y'all know the video where she was, where they went to Ulta. They went to Ulta and Brene was recording in that video, in that mirror, and she was shaking like this, and Tim was kneeling down playing with Rambo. So Robin asked her, she say, why was you shaking your bottom in front of the my client's husband? I wasn't shaking my bottom. Did you not see? My husband was right. She said my then husband was present right there. She said, first she kept saying she don't wear shorts. So the judge had asked her, no, Robin said, well, can I show her the video? So the judge was like, well, do you have to show her the video? Can you just describe it? So she was trying to describe to Brene. I knew what she was talking about. She was trying to describe to Brene the video. Brene was like, huh? What? I don't know what you're talking about. What? No. No. That's how she was. The judge said, show the video. I said, oh my gosh. The judge was like, just show the video. So then Robin goes to show her the video and had rewinded it a couple times. And she said, she said, because Brene gonna say, well, I stood up when he came. She said, no, you didn't. She said, I did. When he came and he bent down, I stood up. So there was a lie. So Robin say, put it to the 2:43 mark. Like she would tell them the exact minute and second to put it. So her staff pulled it back. When they pulled it back, sure enough, Brene was bent over, Tim was down, and she was shaking her booty. So now she went from I wasn't to that's my home. I can do whatever I want in my home. I say, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She asked Brene, how many trips have they been on since she been with the plaintiff husband? She said that they had been on 2 trips. The first trip was Vegas because it was something that he had gotten through his job. And she said Kansas City. She said, well, do you believe everything that Tim say? She said, yes. So then she asked her about what she meant about wanting to rekindle with Tim. Brene looks at Robin and say, well, what's your definition of rekindle? She said, no, you tell me what your definition of rekindle is. Brene say, to go back to. And then she caught herself. She was like, to go back to. She had a little attitude. Then she caught herself. She said, She said, you said Mrs. Montague was your first. Wait a minute. You said. She said, you said in the video that you couldn't wait to be Mrs. Montague. And she said, what's your name is? She said, Mrs. Montague. So she said, you don't think that there was rekindling? You don't think that she said her definition was to go back to. So there was, she said, so you was with Tim You rekindle, you went back to, and your name is what? And the judge say this is a good time that we stop. Y'all turn on the comments. Baby, when I tell y'all, I'm not even doing it no justice. Because the way that Robin was doing, it was just like, and please understand that I be wanting to write every single thing down and I can't. And it's something, we gonna miss something. I hope the transcripts be available. I'm pretty sure that they probably won't, but I just hope that the transcripts be available so that I can get my hand on it. And y'all will actually be able to see word for word what Robin say and word for word what each witness said. Have been filed this lawsuit, but she testified that she really didn't want to do it. Tamika is telling mama that said she didn't like Brene. She didn't want her around them children. And that go ahead and get her for everything she done to her. Now she won't. Then she said she had her full support. She said that's why I went on ahead and did it, because they told me. So Robin said, well, do you have their full support now? She said, I do not. And it clearly see because you over there with Brene. Then Akira say her children were so confused that when they would come back from visits, they were saying, oh, they went with their mom. And she said, well, who you went with your mama? I wasn't there with you. They was calling Brene mommy. They was calling Brene mommy. And she said sometimes they call her Akira. I'll be back, y'all. I'm finna get off. I will talk to y'all later. But I'm going to actually, on the next break, I'm going to go down. I wrote down everything that the jury have to do as it relates to what they need to do. I'm fine. I'm going to go through with what the jury will be looking at as it relates to their determination. I wrote it all down. I don't know if anybody else took note of that, but I most definitely took note of that. Robin said that her closing argument would take 1 hour. And then he asked her, he said, you have the option of doing first and last. Are you doing first and last? She said, I am. Brene said her would take less than 45 minutes. She has a slideshow. The beauty of going first and last is that when Brene go in the middle, she gets to shut everything she present down. Robin asked her, do she know the difference between the truth and a lie? Asked her, did she remember posting about buying several bottles of wine on 2/24/2024? And she said, just because I buy it don't mean that I bought it to drink. She said, just like you were intoxicated when you were confessing your love for Mr. Montague in that video. So then she said, do you remember in the pregnancy test? So y'all know that Brene had that closet full of pregnancy tests, and she asked her about those pregnancy tests, right? She asked her about the pregnancy test, and she was just like, she didn't remember. So Robin got up and showed her a video of the pregnancy test, and she says, here are a bunch of pregnancy tests. Robin asked her, if you were separated from your husband, separated from your husband, Devin Mayo, why would you buy pregnancy tests? Why would she said, because she said, who were you buying pregnancy tests for? She said, myself. She said, well, who was you buying ovulation tests for? She said, myself. And so, she said, are you proud that you are Mrs. Montague? The girl got so quiet. She was silent. She gonna ask Tony John, is that your question? She said, are you proud of being Mrs. Montague? She's swinging in the chair looking like this. She said, I'm proud of being Brene. She asked her, do you think it's appropriate to speak on another woman's marriage? And then she said, people ask me all the time. So she went back to those Q&A questions that she received on Snapchat about, people was asking her about different things as it relates to Akira. When Akira got on the stand to be as a rebuttal for Robin, she told Brene directly, you could have asked me, you could have told the people no, yet you felt the need to answer questions about me. She asked Brene, what type of car do you drive? She said, Akia Sorrento. She asked her how many seater. The girl said she didn't know. She said she didn't know how many seats the car, her dream has. She said she didn't know how many seats. She said all you cared about was being Mrs. Montague. She said, did you consider that when you slept with Tim, did you consider my patient? My client? Did you consider how she feel? Did you consider the children? She gonna say, I didn't sleep with Tim. So Robin asked her, wasn't you in the video saying that he made your PUSSY throb? Were you in the video? She stated yes. Thank you, love. Them some little other stuff. So then they call Akira mom back, and then that's when she was saying that that everything Tamika Green was saying was a lie. She stated that Akira did not have no arranged marriage. Akira had somewhere to go. She don't know where they get that lie from. That Akira always had somewhere to go. Even if she didn't want to come home, she always had uncles and aunties home she can go to, so that was a lie. She stated that they had got into an argument at the game. Akira mom, Tim mom, and Tim's stepdad. So he said when she got out the car, she spoke to them. Tim's stepdad had something smart to say, and so she said, well, okay, I won't say nothing. He said something about, no, don't speak to me or something, using profanity. So then she was like, as they proceeded, he gonna say, she said they got into an argument because Mike told her that he'll slap the shit out of her. And she said that's when they got to arguing. She had said that Akira mom said that Tim's mother stated that she will always be supportive of of Akira. But also I'm thinking, y'all, so hold on a second. Okay. So she said that Tim mom said that she will always be supportive of Akira, that they got her full support, her and the money, when she showed her the video. But then I'm just remembering that Tim mama stated on the stand that the girl mama did not show them a video. But she said when they showed her the video, Tamika Green reaction was like, I didn't raise my son to be like that. I don't want to watch no more of it. But I just remember that. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to try to stay on track and finish my sentences. I know that's constructive criticism, so I'm trying to make sure I stay within the scope. After being antagonized and humiliated by Brene, Akira eventually pursued the lawsuit. So Brene asked her mama, do you remember the time that your Akira filed the lawsuit? She said, yeah, when you and Tim was online humiliating her, saying you make her jealous and you make her uncomfortable. So then they asked, Robin had asked Akira when she was up on the stand for the rebuttal, did she give Brene consent to sleep with her husband? She said, I don't give consent for nobody to sleep with my husband. She stated that Tim was so in love with her that he wouldn't stay out of her tail. And then she gave an example. She stated that there would be times where Tim would always be like wanting her to go to the store, and she'd be like, I don't want to pack the kids up so we can go to the store. She would say we have matching tattoos. Of course, Brene wanted to say something about her having a tattoo with her friend. And she said, I have tattoos with multiple people. Clock it. I have tattoos with multiple people. I don't even know what she was getting with that. So then she has asked her, she had said that her and Tim would go.
He holding the door because all these new bystanders trying to get in. Bring.
This was amazing! Congratulations, Karen!
So I'm going to make a statement.
ahead.
Question.
A few questions.
Okay.
Kind of cold. I got two. I just got two.
Y'all see her.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Robinetta V. Jones of the Law Offices of Robinetta V. Jones, and I am the attorney of Akira Montague in this case for alienation of affection and criminal conversation. Imagine a person that you married and committed your life to betraying you, and he betrayed her with her close friend. This case was not about vengeance. It was about accountability. It is about recognizing that marriage is a promise that binds people together in profound ways. Love, commitment, and emotional fidelity are the pillars that marriage is built upon. In this case, when Brene Kennard intruded upon the bond of Akira and Timothy's marriage, she inflicted a wound that reached Akira's core. A wound that was inflicted not only in private, but in public. Online via TikTok, Snapchat, and other platforms we use. We want to thank the jury for understanding the importance of marriage and rejecting the intentional and malicious actions of Brene Kennard and pursuing her now husband, Mr. Montague. The evidence presented in this case overwhelmingly supported my client's stance that Brene Kennard not only alienated the affection of Akira's husband, but also inflicted emotional injury on his children, on their children as well. Ms. Montague is extremely happy with the verdict of the jury. This law exists to affirm that such pain is real, and those who recklessly attack the commitments of love, respect, and fidelity in a marriage bear the responsibility for the harm they cause. Akira, her family, and I would like to thank all of those who have supported her on her journey. We appreciate everyone from social media, friends, and everyone that wanted to make sure that Miss Akira received justice. And justice is what she received today.
Amen.
That is good.
The outpouring of support from her family, friends, and members of the online community has been appreciated. If you would like further comments, please contact my office at the law offices of RBJ. And now I'll take a few questions. Who wants to go first? Yes.
Yes, so for me, North Carolina has seen several high-profile alienation of affection cases over the decades, from Shackelfield Ford case in 2010 where she won $9 million, to Keith King's case where he won $8.8 million in 2018. But now yours, Akira, and yours is representing her, is now one of the most watched and culturally charged of its kind. What do you think this verdict says about? What do you think this verdict says about how the state has come or hasn't, in recognizing emotional harm?
Well, let's talk about it. I believe my client represents a lot of women that have been hurt and betrayed. And we are here in this great state of North Carolina, but they allow you to sue the person that has been a third party in your marriage. She is happy that she received the justice that she deserved. And it also shows you the importance of social media and how Ms. Kennard weaponized it to harm my client. She humiliated her and flaunted her husband, and now she has to pay for it. Last question, Ms. Cole.
So, on that note about the harassment tell me more about the attention that this case has received and how it's been dealt with by plaintiff and the members of her family as well.
Well, to be transparent, my client was humiliated and Ms. Kennard flaunted her relationship and her marriage. But my client took her power back. Yes, she did. This is the first time that she's ever spoken about the affair. So not only can you humiliate somebody online, you can also take your power back.
Amen.
Now, if she chooses to speak, then she's able to speak her truth.
Yes.
For a year and a half, she was not able to speak because I advised her not to. but her truth came out. Thank you.
One more for Akira, is that okay?
No, she's not answering questions.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
I'm trying to fix it. Y'all know how.
God bless you.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know.
Y'all get home safe.
Get home safe.
Team Akira.
Team Akira.
Team Akira.
So that Akira could start receiving funds. Thank you all so much. In the meantime, we're halfway there with her GoFundMe legal fee that was set up a while ago. I just need everybody to donate $5 so that we can complete that goal. Just $5. It's still a long road to getting the money. So she cannot appeal. There's nothing to appeal because that was the juror's decision. That was the juror's decision. And so it was said that as she was leaving out the courtroom, Akira won't see one dime. That's insane. It just shows you that this has not been a humbling experience for her. However, it is what it is. The evidence spoke for itself. There was rules that they had to follow, and we'll go into depth on that tonight. So basically, Robin opened up this morning, asked Renee, did she know the difference between the truth and the lie? Asked her, did she remember posting about buying several bottles of wine on February the 24th of 2024? Renee said, just because I buy it don't mean I bought it to drink. And she said, just like you were intoxicated when you were confessing your love for Mr. Montague in that video, do you remember buying pregnancy tests? Renee said, I don't. Robin shows her a video. And if you guys have been following Renee, you all know I've covered those videos. Showed her a video of a bunch of pregnancy tests that she had in her cabinet. And she said that if I'm getting dirty and nasty in the sheets, I'm gonna need them. She had videos of pregnancy tests and ovulation tests. Robin asked her, was that her? She said it was, and she did indeed say that. So she asked Renee, well, when was your day of separation from your husband? And she said, February the 9th. The video was from February the 24th. Or was it from February the 24th? No, that wasn't from February 24th. However, it was the day after separation from her husband, but before the day of separation with Tim. Well, Akira and Tim's separation. So she said that, well, in the video, Renee said that she's going to need them if that's what she's doing. So Robin asked her, who was the pregnancy test for? She said, myself. She said, well, who were the ovulation tests for? She said, myself. And she said, well, if this is after the separation from your husband and before Akira's and Tim's separation, why do you need them? She asked her, are you proud to be Mrs. Montague? Aren't you? You proud to be Mrs. Montague? Renee said it like this. Silence for a good minute. She say, is that your question? That's what Renee said. Is that your question? And she said, I said, are you proud to be Mrs. Montague? She said, I'm proud to be being Renee. She said, do you think it's appropriate to speak on another woman's marriage. So then this is where Robin went into the Q&A questions that she have on Snapchat. And so if y'all have been following the case and been following Renee or the T pages, y'all know that she used to do questions and answers on Snapchat, where she would ask her followers to ask her anything. Well, they would ask her specific questions about Akira, and she would respond. And she said, I answer that if they ask, I answer. So she asked Renee, well, what type of car do you have? Renee said, I have a Kia. She asked her, well, how many seats do you have? Renee act like she didn't know. The heaven God truth. She said, I don't know. She didn't know that she bought a 7-seat Kia Sorento, I think is what it was. Same color and same trim. And the reason that I know that, because when there was a rebuttal, she brought Akira back, and it was Akira's testimony that the car that Renee has right now is a 7-seater Kia Sorento, same color, same trim. And she said the only person who would know details like that specifically is her ex-husband, Tim. Robin asked her, was she in love with Tim? She stated yes. And she said all you cared about was being Mrs. Montague, right? She started saying she didn't sleep with Tim when Robin kept asking her. She said, well, you was in the video saying that he made your PUSSY throb. And she said, were you in the video? And she stated yes. So then she brought back Akira's mom, and she asked, well, any part of the testimonies that were heard, were they true? Akira's mom said no. She stated that the incident at the baby's game on February 6th of 2024, when she got out the car, she spoke and said that it was an altercation because Tim's stepdad, Mike, the one with the missing side tooth, said don't be speaking to them and stuff like that. And so she was like, well, I don't have to speak to you guys. But then they got into a verbal altercation because Mike had said he'll slap the shit out of her. And she said they went to going at each other. She said that her daughter's marriage was not an arranged marriage. Akira had somewhere to go. Even if she didn't want to come home, she always could come home, and she always had somewhere to go. So that was a lie. She also said that when she showed Tamika the video and asked her, did they have any knowledge about Tim and Brene, affair that was happening, she stated no, and that she could not finish watching the video, and that she did not raise him to be like that, and that Akira had her full support, and that she will always be there. And as well as Tori, which is Tim's sister, said the same thing. So Brene cross-examined her during the rebuttal and asked her, well, when did Akira file the lawsuit? And Akira's mom said that when you and Tim started antagonizing and humiliating Akira, and that's when she pursued the lawsuit. She said they was online and humiliating when she said that she make her jealous and uncomfortable. So then Akira comes on, and Attorney Robin asked her, did you give consent for Renee to sleep with your husband? And she said no. And then she said, was anything about anybody's testimony was false? And she said yes. She said Tim was so in love with her that he wouldn't stay out of her tail. She said that he always wanted to be glued. She said basically they was like glued to the hip. And he always wanted to be around him when they went out to the grocery store. She wanted him to always, he wanted her to always come with him and stuff like that. But she was just like, she wasn't going to the store because she didn't feel like, dealing with putting the kids in the car, getting them out and all of that. She said that it was so that even when Tim took a shower, he would want her in there just so they can talk, and she'll be on the toilet just talking to him. And that was just a couple of examples that she was giving. She said that he was talking about marrying her 3 to 4 weeks after they started dating, and that he had pursued her while they were in high school. And she said because she a person that does not go on look, she, and because of the way Tim was treating her in the beginning, she went on ahead and decided to date him because it's not a look thing, it's how you treat her. Now, it was something so powerful that was said that some men will give you the world, but when their world start crumbling down, they'll make yours crumble too. I found that to be a very powerful statement because when this alienation thing came up, her mom said she told Tim's mama that, I'm a lawyer, and that our state honors alienation of affection lawsuit, and if that's the route my daughter want to take, then that's the route, and I'm going to file everything that I can to make sure that she, have what she need. Akira stated that, and if y'all don't know, she found out all this stuff on the front end, and then towards leading up to the filing of the lawsuit, she was trying to not take Tim through that. She was trying not to take him through child support, still having a good heart, not wanting to even file the lawsuit, but Tim and Brene was antagonizing her, and she said a week after that incident happened on February the 6th of 2024 at the basketball game, Tim's mom called her to check on her and ask her how she was doing. She told her that she had her full support and to go after Brene with everything that she had in her because she didn't like Brene. Tim mama said to Akira she didn't like Brene and she didn't want her around her grandchildren. Tamika Green sitting up in the court. And I know she lied because that gap in her mouth. Every time she lied, get wider and wider. Because she knows she told that girl. And she said that Tamika told her she would have her full support. So she went on ahead and filed the lawsuit against Brene. Akira talked about how Brene has harassed and stalked her to the point she had to take out a restraining order against her. She talks about how Brene went from wearing very long clickety-clackety nails to very short nails, just like her, how she started changing her hair. The stuff that we actually seen. She talked about all those things during the rebuttal. And she said that people would send it to her and all she would say was, my mom and dad only had made one Akira and you can't mark me, I'm an original. She also brought out the fact that not only did Brene and Tim receive a cease and desist letter regarding posting the minor kids and talking about her and the children, she also said that her sister Kayla and Corinne received one as well, and the only person who did not, and I guess the mama must have received it because she said the only person who didn't receive one was your brother because he had enough sense to mind his own business. Hold on a second, y'all, because some of this stuff I already read going ahead of myself. Akira clearly stated, which we didn't know, was that she never wanted the lawsuit to be public. Akira said, I never wanted the lawsuit to be public. And she said, but you wanted it to be a public case. You wanted it to be open. And so here we are. She said, you want your show? Now you got it. Y'all, when Akira said that, the judge said, jurors, I need you guys to exit and give me 5 minutes. I said, Lord have mercy. I hate when I talk. I like when I talk like him, but it be messing up my throat. Let me get something, y'all. She said, you wanted the attention. Now here's your show. That's what Akira told her. Period. So he asked her, well, how much longer y'all gonna be? I need y'all to wrap it up. I think we done heard the facts and the evidence, and I need you all to work with it. But she basically told her, she said, you've been here harassing me. So Brene had asked her about because she brought up the fact she had matching tattoos with her husband. So she was like, who else do you have matching tattoos with? She said, don't you have matching tattoos with your friend? And so Akira said, what the relevance got to do with anything? She said, that's irrelevant. What they got to do with anything? And she said, answer the question. Do you have matching tattoos? She said, I have matching tattoos with my other half. And she said, but I have matching tattoos with a lot of people. Clock it, because I'm trying to figure out where she was going with that. So then they wrapped that up. We went on break. They talked about the charge conference, the verdict sheet, the copy of the proposed copy to the law. Robin had to submit her request for some of the older pattern instructions as it relates to the lawsuit, but he also includes some of the newer ones as well, as far as a guideline to guide the juror as it relates to their verdict. I actually went through how they came up with the determination of what they was governed by. They had to show the function of the jury, the burden of proof, greater weight of evidence, the credibility of the witness, the weight of the evidence, the impeachment and cooperation, the evidence of the truthfulness, the circumstance evidence, criminal testimony, opinion testimony, and then there was 4 questions that they had to govern themselves by as well. The criminal conversation damages, substances of the claim, the alienation of affection damages. The jury should render verdicts on facts and not consequences. Also, too, the court has no open verdict and must be unanimous. The selection of the one person who would let the court know that they reached a verdict. Also, that each juror will receive a copy of the instruction when they get back to the jury room. So then he asked them, like, how long would it take for them to argue their closing statement? And he asked Jones what she's going to do, the first one or the second half. I mean, the first and the last, or both. She chose to do both, which was a very wise choice, because first she gets to lay that foundation inside of their heads, allow Brene to go, then come back to let that be the last thing that is embedded within their minds. That's how I saw it. Excuse me. He told them to keep in mind that the first argument is not arguing anything in evidence, but to show them they can't eject personal opinions and they cannot become abusive. Brene said she has a PowerPoint. Attorney Robin used the PowerPoint. And then we had recess again for 15 minutes, came back, and then we recessed again for 20 minutes. And then they started their closing argument. She basically, when I tell y'all, by this time, I'm looking at everybody's expression. Lakeisha looked disheveled. Baby, she looked like she had been in some type of spiritual warfare all night long. I don't know if she was fasting and praying, and to who, I don't know, but she looked disheveled. Brene came to court in some jeans and a sweater. Just not professional at all. So Attorney Robin, they was able to publish their slideshow, and she started off her closing statement by asking what type of friend and woman would do this. And she said, well, Brene is the friend and woman who would do this, talking about the love and alienate the love and affection, you know, and interfere inside of a marriage. She pointed out that Brene and Tim had an affair in 2023 to 2024, and she told them to keep in mind that the date of separation was March 14, 2024. She showed them videos talking about how she showed them videos of Tim and how Tim and Akira were during the time that this incident took place. She also talked about how Brene tried to downplay her and Akira's relationship, which was really bad, because when Brene first started, she most definitely said that Akira was not a friend and that she was basically an acquaintance, and the only reason why they encountered each other was because of their husbands. But she didn't talk about how all the stuff that, you know, she had done for Akira. And Akira talked about all the stuff that Brene had done for her. But she really tried to downplay their relationship and friendship, which was a downfall of her as it relates to the jury making their decision, because clearly she did that. She had said that she talked about how good of a friend Akira was, that she would even allow her to come into her home and try to protect her during the time when she thought that Devin was trying to hurt her. She pointed out how Tim was not a credible witness and used how Brene was his final wife to help her with this lawsuit, and that all the support that they were supposed to have been given Akira, and they said, look where they're sitting now with the defendant. She pointed out how Tim's mom didn't talk about what she did for Tim and Akira during the time that they were married, but she talked about what Akira mom and grandmama did for Tim. Again, she used family pictures of Akira and Tim only, and also family pictures of them with the children, to tear apart Tim's testimony and make him look like he was indeed a liar, which was basically the truth. She brought in the emotional impact that the children experienced, and how Tim was now sitting with his final wife, but not his first wife. She reiterated how much Akira sacrificed in their marriage, and used how Brene had Tim's family to testify on her behalf. She brought up the third-party credibility of their testimony and how evidence shows that he is now married to the defendant. She also used the testimony to show that every marriage has their issues, and how Tori was with them on trips, yet she testified that their marriage wasn't all that good, yet she wasn't around during the time of 2023 and 2024. She also pointed out too that Tim was not a credible person, because when she asked him about the phone number during the time she was pointing out the messages in his private, Tim claimed that it wasn't his number, yet Brene read out the number that matched the ones from the text messages. When asked her about how many social media accounts she had, she talked about how arrogantly Brene asked, well, which one? And how she stated, well, I have almost 3 million on TikTok, 300 and some thousand on this, 200 some thousand on here, and I'm verified on Snap. She told the jury to think about that when they deliberate. She talked about how Tim and Akira conceived the child. She pointed out that the sister and mom wasn't around, and that Akira was and Tim were sleeping during the time that Akira and Tim were sleeping together. The way that Attorney Robin would say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she was not playing. She really pointed out that Tim claimed to have a co-parent relationship, but they were still living together, and that they were still also sleeping a bit together. Said how Tim was gallivanting with Brene, and how he left Akira destitute. She also addressed the fact that Brene kept claiming and alluding to the fact that in those videos she was intoxicated. Now, if you was on live earlier, I pointed out the fact that there were 3 videos that were shown. The video of her laying down on the sofa after her and Tim had just finished being intimate, and how she was telling him that she wanted all the time, and how he made her female private feel, and she likes it when he hit it from the front, the back, and the side, and she's so glad that they are doing this again. Now, that's what got them, because initially in the court documents, she answered and stated that she was talking about the past, when they was dating when they were 14. She also stated, Tim also testified that she was talking about the past, but she reminded the jury that she asked him what tense did he use, past or present, and indeed she was using present tense. She said, she pointed out how Brene said in the video, I'm so glad for us to be doing this again, and yet that video was somewhere around December, but Akira found it like the beginning of January. The second video, Tim claimed that he didn't know about the videos being on his phone, and Robin pointed out that in video number 2, which she used, was the bathroom, where the phone was propped up like this, Brene was bent over, and she was twerking and gyrating on Tim private. And she was like, well, clearly you was in the video, so you knew she was recording. Also, she brought out the fact that they was laying in the bedroom. Tim was recording. Now, this is Tim recording at this point, while Brene is laying on his chest and having a conversation. And she reminded the jury that in the video, Brene was able to make out full conversations with Tim. She's talking back and forth with Tim. You're able to understand. She was coherent. She was knowledgeable of what she was doing. All of this, that, and the third. When I tell you that in her closing statement, she was really pinpointing some very important topics, to really lay a foundation with the juror as they get ready to close out this case. She also pointed out how Brene didn't have proof and evidence against her client, but yet she pointed to her head and said that all her evidence was up here, but yet there was no evidence to like tear down Akira's claim and allegation that she was making about her as it relates to, you know, interfering with her marriage. And she said, if we just had sex is not a criminal conversation, then I don't know what that is, because that's what criminal conversation is. It's the adultery part of the marriage, that you actually had intercourse with the other person's spouse. She pointed out credible witness, which was Brittany Cherry, Bonita Sitnor, and Cheryl Clark. Brittany is the therapist. Bonita is her mom. Miss Cheryl is her grandmother. And she said again, what kind of person would sleep with your husband and then not answer you? So she went back to the text message that Akira was sending to Brene as it relates to she wanted to meet with her and have a conversation with her regarding those videos and stuff. And so she asked the question after asking her could she meet, was her and Tim a thing? So initially Brene was responding when they was trying to figure out a time, and you can tell Brene really didn't want to talk to her based on how she was responding in the messages. Akira made it clear that day was the perfect day for her to meet. Brene, being a content creator, isn't on anybody's clock. Yet she stated she had to work, like she was at a 9 to 5. So then when Akira asked her, well, are you and Tim a thing? Since you can't meet me, let me go ahead and ask you and you tell me via text message. Brene never responded. So Robin used that to lay inside of the juror's head as a reminder. And she said that, what kind of person would sleep with your husband and not answer if you and Tim a thing? Well, that would be the defendant, Brene Kennard. She used how Tim was planning a birthday party on 7/25/2023 to show that he most definitely had interest in his wife, and that, you know, there was something there. She pointed out how Akira's mom brought to Brene's attention that someone on social media was alluding to the fact that Brene and Tim were a thing. And she said to Brene's mama, she brushed it off and said, oh, nah, they say stuff like that all the time. It's nothing. She brought that out. She used Devin's testimony, how Brene chose to be with Tim to sleep with rather than being with her own husband, and how focused Brene was on tearing Akira's relationship apart. She also said Devin said he wanted to fight for his marriage, which was actually in the voice note, that he had told Akira that he wanted to fight for his marriage, but Brene wouldn't let him because she wanted to be with Tim so bad. And it got so bad to Brene didn't want him to touch on her, and she didn't want him to sleep in the married bed, so he started sleeping in the beauty room. She also did a reminder of Miss Big Cheryl's testimony about how Brene had moved in and basically took over and basically said, that's my man. And she pointed out if she was pregnant, and this is how she said it. She said, if you was separated from Mr. Montague, that's how Robin did. She said, then why were you buying pregnancy tests? She talked about how Brene humiliated Akira, talked about her with no remorse, how she showed she had no love for Akira, how she had no remorse for Akira, whether she was drunk or not, and how she had caused pain. Also, too, she pointed out, because I don't think I heard this during the first time that we went through the text messages and the voice note, but she pointed out that Brene was at Tim's and Akira, and how Brene didn't want to sleep in the room with him, talking about Devin. So instead of Brene being in the room with her husband, she decided to lay up on to be with Tim. And he said he didn't know why, because he was her husband, yet she wanted to be with Tim. Okay, I read that to y'all. Already said that. She revisited the video talking about how she wanted to give Tim the moon, the world, the stars, Jupiter, how she couldn't wait to have his children, how she just wanted to give it all. And Attorney Robin said, well, at whose expense? And she said it was at the expense of my client, talking about Akira, their children, her education, and her spouse support. And she said that you would think Tim and Brene would have sense enough to at least go to a hotel to cheat, yet they stayed in Akira's and Tim's marital home doing the do. Mike had his head down like this. Lakeisha had her head down like this. Brene had her head like this while Robin is talking, because it didn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And it was what it was. Y'all keep tapping the screen? And then she said use Brene's video where she was talking about Akira wanting to keep her last name, how stupid that was, and how Akira was going to be Miss Montague and she was going to be Mrs. Montague. And she said in the end, I don't understand how you're wanting to keep somebody name who put you through hell. And hold on, she made it easy. She pointed out how Brene made it easy for Tim to leave. Said that Akira has no support outside of her family, and pointed out that, do you see what the support that she said she will have is not here with her, yet they're sitting over there with the defendant. She also pointed out continuously how Tim stated that Brene was his final wife. Pointed out how Tim was so cold on the stand as it relates to his relationship with Akira, and saying that they did not have a loving and good marriage to appease Brene, because Brene was now his wife. She pointed out how they wanted $1.5 million and $250,000. They used the video to show where Brene said that he was worth it, and she said now it's up for you real quickly, and then we'll come back and vibe and chill. But if y'all have not given to the GoFundMe, please, by all means, make sure that you all donate. Donate for what? The legal funds. Leave them on for a minute, just in case we need to block some people. If you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. That's what my mama taught me. So Brene's slideshow, this is how she literally starts out. If y'all don't have nothing to say, there are literally levels to this stuff, and I'm going to, somebody asked me, and I saw the question real quickly, am I planning on keeping in contact with Akira? Most definitely so. Most definitely so. Most definitely so. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, turn off the comments. Let's go through Brene's stuff, which is gonna be real quick. Brene's stuff gonna be real quick, and then I'll go into the last part, and then I'm gonna get off. But I am gonna go back live. I'll be able to go live, and then you guys will be able to interact with me and Barbie and a special guest. Okay. So basically, Brene did her slideshow, and on her slideshow, y'all, this is exactly what she had. Please, let's get the 10 mil. Let's tap, you guys. Let's tap the screen. She said, and this is how she had it wrote out. She said, Kennard versus Montague. I feel like, oh, I'll be on here for a minute, you guys. Oh, they said somebody don't donate to TAM CA. I don't know who that is. I don't know who TAM CA is. Open up the comments for me. Open up the comments for me, you guys. Do y'all know anything about who gonna play me in the movie? Who is TAM CA?
Was she the lady that was? Never mind.
What happened with, I don't know. I'm just getting messages saying tell them don't donate to TAM CA.
Rican said, can she come up?
Uh-huh. Yeah, let Rican come up. Where's she at? Y'all see her? Do y'all have full control over the
I don't. That's why.
hold on a second. I'm finna make sure that you all do. Cartier, you got it. Hold on, T. There you go, T. If you see her, you can bring her up. I took a pic with her. The lady with the hat on. You talking about Chef Tam? Chef Tam and only. What's going on?
So earlier on Glomo's live, someone came up and said that Chef Tam been posting her CA and saying that she's doing donations for Akira, and that yes, so she's taking donations and she's using Akira's name, and she's the one that was recording in the courtroom.
Whoa.
So Glomo was trying to reach out to you, but you were in the courtroom. Somebody definitely came up and said that she's using Akira's name to collect donations.
If it's not me, Glomo, or Bobby, or Big Show, please, y'all.
Yeah, so no, that's why I was coming up to tell you, because we were definitely trying to reach out to you, but we didn't want to bother you while you was in court.
Okay, she has a Akira has a GoFundMe that was set up by her attorney and her mom. So y'all, please, don't go without the scope of that. If we was to take up money as far as like Cash App to Akira, because we've done it before last year during Christmas time, we have those funds sent directly to Akira. We don't even have them sent to us. We have them sent directly to Akira. Tatted, yeah, Tatted. If Tatted is taking it up, it will most definitely go to Akira. She's family. Yep, Tia Mama told Akira to sue Brene. Does Akira have cash? CA, she does. But we're going to get to that because we're in the process of doing something for her and the babies because Christmas is next month. So we love doing stuff like that. Yeah, it will. Reek and drop down. Bring Tatted up real quick. And then I'm gonna finish out Renee's
Teddy, where's your name? There you go, girl.
You said you can't
I'm gonna find you. I couldn't see it. I can't see it so many. That's why I was trying to find her name. Hold on one second. It's taking a minute.
I'm number 41. Oh, talk about on the thing tonight. Oh, okay, I see it. Lee B2. Y'all don't be knowing what none of that means, but I appreciate it.
Okay,
did y'all get Teddy up?
it said it's allowing her to come up. Where did it go?
She's on Teddy, right?
Yeah. Teddy. Okay, there you go.
You
Here you
got
go,
it?
Bookie Butt. Here you go. I'm coming. I'm coming, Teddy. I promise.
So basically, I'm gonna do this until Teddy come up. So she had a slideshow, and her slideshow literally was like Montague versus Kennard, right? So that was her heading. Then she had the dates. Hey Teddy, what you want to say, baby?
I just wanted to come tell you real quick. So that's who was going around saying that I was collecting CAs and not giving them to Akira when y'all, I don't even own one. So y'all would not hear me asking for one. The only thing y'all will hear me saying is the wish list. But somebody did show to me that she is on her live saying she taking donations for Akira. Y'all do not send nothing to that girl. You break up, G, I can't hear you. Huh?
So here you go. My stuff was frozen, and I think it still is. It's going in and out, y'all. My bad. Okay, it's picking back up. It's back. My bad. Okay, it went down for a minute. Okay, so Brene's presentation, she had dates and then a little description beside it, and those dates say 12/20/23. Tim moved into living room. Like, I'm reading it to y'all, so y'all paint the picture. Okay? Y'all paint the picture. 12/20. I'm gonna have to leave my phone on because I ain't gonna be able to hear Barbie when she called me.
Goddess, everybody want the comments to go off.
Yeah, turn them off. So basically, this is how it was. 12/23, Tim moved into living room. January the 6th of 24, conversation about separation. January 16th, 2024, conversation about divorce. January 21st through the 28th, consent conversation and inappropriate video. February the 6th and March the 5th, conversation with Mrs. Montague. July 6th, 2020, I missed that part. I'm about to get ready to leave, y'all. Also, so that's how her timeline went. That's all it was. So she also put up a burden of proof, which basically had to show that there was genuine love in the marriage. She discussed that. Whether there was genuine love in the marriage. She talked about financial instability throughout the marriage, previous infidelities, the couple decided to separate, and the marriage lacked genuine love and stability. And then she said, I'm not saying it was all good. Tim acted on his own free will. She can't be the reason, but he is the reason. She said the love was gone before she came along. She can't base it off conversation, but actual intercourse. Y'all, the way that everybody kind of fell out with that one, because she said she cannot base this off of love, but actual intercourse. Clearly, you had intercourse with the man, and in your video, you just said you like how he hit it from the front, the back, and the side. It was like, what, Renee? Dude, like, I wanted to like, do you hear yourself? Do you understand? Y'all, let's tap the screen and get to 10 mil. Also, I do have a live goal if y'all want to help me with my live goal. She never said she knew, but she said in Devin's testimony confirmed. So this is how she was. She said she didn't know about the infidelity. And then she said that she did know. So, which one it is? I said, that ain't what she said. When Devin brought it, said something to her, she said that Devin's testimony also, well, I mean, not Devin's testimony, his voice recording that he sent her also confirmed for her what she had been seeing and what she had been suspecting. I was like, Brene, do you hear your own self talk? Because she which one it is. So while she talking to the jury, she like this. She leaning like this. Then she go lean like that with that foot. I was like, girl, sit up straight. Cause why is you leaning? You lean to the right. Then you lean to the left. Then she said it was embarrassed. She said it was so embarrassing. Those videos was so embarrassing, and that was inappropriate. And then that was the first time I heard her say she hold herself accountable. Then she said it was very hard for her to watch. And then she stated that her and Tim did not have sex until July of 2024. Then she said that Akira knew that her marriage was done and over with. Fact. She said that the motive of this lawsuit had to do with resentment, financial gain, harassment, humiliation, and retaliation until her position was taken. I said, what? But then she said Akira never had a problem with the kids being around her until her position was taken. Y'all, when that girl said that, everybody said, and she said, this how she was. She said, she never had a problem with me being around the kids until her position was taken. And then we said, she was like, oh, I lost my train of thought. Y'all, open up the chat, y'all. Open up the chat. Open up the chat, because I was just like, ain't no way. Ain't no way that girl said that out her mouth. I promise y'all, right hand to God, I am not lying. She talked too much. She said, I mean, when she was like, that she called herself. I don't think she heard what she said. And then she bucked her eyes and she was just like, yeah, trying to shake it off. Do it again. She holding that paper, that thing, that tab. She said she never had a problem with me being around the kids before her. She said she never had a problem with me being around her kids until her position was taken. And we said, and she was like she couldn't believe it. I was just sitting up there like, I looked at them, I said, ain't no way. Ain't no way in God's green earth we just heard that come out that girl mouth. Yeah, the blink what she was thinking. And then she was like, She was like, I done lost my train of thought. I know you did. I know you did. She said Akira never had a problem with her being around the kids until her position was took. Baby, I gotta change my shoes, y'all. She didn't see that what happened when you trying to be sarcastic and funny. Tea time, Cardia, I'll be right back. So then she did this real long, laid out speech. Hold on, let me see if I get there. Y'all had to write in the back of the book. She said the embarrassment was not for Akira, but it was for her. She said the case wasn't based on facts, but she said the case was on facts, not emotions and lies. She said Tim was a credible witness because he lived it. She said multiple infidelity. She was able to say that because of the lady, Corinne, and her. Yet she had no proof. That's how I took it. When she said multiple infidelities, come on, y'all, give me the 10 million. When she said multiple infidelities, looked at her. They been looking at her. They were looking at her like this. The judge was looking at her like this. Whew. Y'all, it was a mess. She still kept saying, there's no proof. There's no proof. There's no proof. However she said, no proof. She said their relationship began in July of 2024. Hold on, y'all. This Barbie. She said that she act like Chat GPT or Lakeisha had wrote her thing that she was reading off the thing, because it was so smooth. It didn't sound nothing like her. And for her closing to be long, for her opening to be so short and her closing to be so long, I just knew she didn't do that on her own. I really felt like, y'all say check on tea time. There go tea time right there. What's wrong with tea? Tea time.
Hey everyone, I can't talk. Oh God. Thank y'all so much. I can't talk. I'm gonna try to go
she
live
crying?
after this.
Why you
But thank y'all.
crying?
I'm gonna try to go live after this. I thank y'all so much. Okay.
I know why you crying. Congratulations, baby.
Thank you. Okay, y'all.
Periods. Periods.
Y'all, I am so, oh God. Oh God. I've been crying all week. Jesus. I just want to say thank you, Goddess. I just want to say thank y'all for following me. I'm just thank y'all for liking me. Y'all just don't know how much that means to me. Y'all, I'm gonna continue to keep going. I really do appreciate
She does.
everything. It really is a blessing. And I just truly, truly, truly love y'all. I'm gonna try to go live to thank y'all some more, but I can't talk right now. I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all.
Love you, girl. Period. Period. Thank you, guys. Make sure y'all following Cartier too. Y'all make sure y'all go over there and show Cartier some love too. We gotta get him up. We got to get him up. Him sleep, he probably is. Friend probably most definitely over there sleep.
He is asleep because I kept calling him.
He probably on him like, God is. I went to sleep on your live last night. He'll be playing about this sleep. So like her thing was pretty much, like something like Lakeisha had wrote it. So when she got through reading it, Lakeisha was like, and she stood back. She was so proud. I said, we know you wrote it. This I said that confirmed it. We know you wrote it because you was too proud. But when Robin was up, you was sitting down like this. She said that it was easy to blame, but for them to, she was the easy one. She was the easy target to blame, but she was the reason for their relationship being severed. And then she said for them to look at the evidence, and that's exactly what that she did. But then Attorney Robin came back. And she said, this is the same woman who said, hold on, y'all, because I don't know what in the world I wrote. Tim had She's the same woman. This is how Robin got back up. She said, this is the same woman. Let me show y'all. Hold on. She said, this is the who said Tim had all these affairs, but turned around and married him. I said, oh shoot, hold on. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I know. Hold on 1 second. I'm waiting for it to get right. Touch up my makeup, y'all, since I've been crying. Oh, come on. Hold on, y'all. Okay, there we go.
How's this making me cry? I can't.
She said she gonna go live after this. T, I may end up going back live to show y'all somebody.
Oh yeah.
If I can.
I'm about to say, I'm my live is the waiting room for
Do it
the,
again.
for the TV show.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. God,
I
for you
was
calling
trying
me.
to just be rude and go live while you're live. I just wanted to let you know just in case.
No, every time I go live, everybody in my live know. I'll be like, oh, God is live, and I end it real quick. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I want to be a watcher too sometimes,
I be trying not to. I'm gonna be coming in on yours and just sitting. I just don't be wanting to be no distraction. So Cartier woke up. Cartier, you done woke up.
Baby, we didn't pray sometime. Baby, I was
Oh, yeah. You done woke up. You done woke up, friend. They say I studied with calling your name. They said he over there asleep. I said, I know friend gonna tell me tomorrow.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all.
You okay? I know. They say he be tired. I said,
I kept calling your name, Cartier. I was like, Cartier.
Y'all make sure y'all following Cartier too.
Please.
Y'all, we didn't praise and we didn't holler and scream so bad, baby. I'm tired.
You tired, friend. So look, I'm finna get ready to tell them what Robin did. So Robin stood up and she said, this is the same woman who said he had all these affairs, but turned around and married him. I was like, and then she said, Exhibit 210. You see where Tim said that he turned. Let me see. Exhibit 210. Oh, she said in Exhibit 210, you see where Tim said that he turned to Brene to talk to her and stuff like that. And she said, but not once did you see Brene try to help Tim and Akira fix things. She said, it was you lie. Why make the videos and she said it was July when you said that you slept with Tim, but why make the videos in January? And then she pointed out that Brene cannot answer the questions when she was on the stand, when she asked her when did her and Tim started messing around. But clearly you see today in her closing argument, it's back in her memory. God, listen, when I tell you Robin was eating her down, she was eating her down. She pointed out how Tim was being so cold. She pointed out how Tim was being so cold while he was on the stand as it relates to Akira. Like he didn't have no love and affection at all. No history with that girl. And that with Brene being there was truly their bond was severed to the point that they was no longer able to reconcile and work it out and get back together. I told y'all that lady that he had the infidelity in, he reconciled and they was able to get back together. But she made it convenient for Tim to leave. And I always said that. Now I know for sure that she did, because she gave him the money, according to Devin, to pay for she not only paid for her divorce, she gave Tim the money to pay for his. Then she co-signed for him a lease in January. And when she co-signed for her stuff, when she signed up for her stuff, she listed him for emergency contact as her boyfriend. And then she said this right here. And she said, I want you all to think about how much Tim is worth. Baby, and walked off. I said, get it, Robinetta B. Jones. But I was like, this, yes. Because sisters, like, I got, Big Show took some pictures of Robin. I got some pictures of her, too. Y'all know I got to put it in the emotes for the subscribers, baby. Because when y'all coming in, I need y'all to be putting them damn heels up in the comments, baby. Because the way she was stepping on them, baby, sis ate and left no crumbs. Turn on the comments, cause y'all. And then they went into the actual 12 pages. Baby, the judge had me, jurors, have you all reached the verdict? And I just need you to answer 2 questions for me. Did y'all vote anonymously? Did y'all come up with a decision? All right, bailiff, can you pass me the paper? They passed the paper. They said, I don't know which one is which. I don't know if it was criminal conversation or criminal conversation for count 1. Or not count 1. He said, question number 1. Was there criminal conversation? Yes. 2, the amount that she would be awarded, $250,000. Question number 3, alienation of affection, damages the amount of $1.5 million. Baby, me and Barbie.
Give me your phone.
Brene was over there swinging like this. She just was swinging like this. Me and Barbie was holding out. My heart was pounding. Me and Barbie was holding hands. Y'all, okay, look, I'm finna tell y'all, this is a real life thing. I just thought about it. Y'all know how Bernadine was in Waiting to Exhale in Savannah. That was me and Barbie. We was holding hands like Bernadine in Savannah when she was suing her husband. We was holding hands like Bernadine in Savannah. Like, to give y'all a clear picture. And then Barbie like that, I was like, Barbie, just stay still, because we couldn't show no emotions. So they let the juror out. And when they let the juror out and the judge walked out, we was, baby, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So y'all saw the rest. Baby, when I tell y'all, I was so nervous because it was like literally she had to prove that it was malicious intent. And I said, y'all, I don't know. I said, I'm on the fence about it because it could have went up either way. Was it actually done maliciously and intently? And so was there malicious intent? I think had Brene had 1 video and not 3, had the evidence not shown, because I thought they was going to say no for number 3. But he said yes. And I turned around, my eyes got so freaking big. So freaking big. Y'all, Barbie is here to pick me up.
Is everything okay? Yes, everything is okay. Everything is just fine. You know, life is good. I can't complain. Can't complain at all. And just spent the week in court. That was a very great experience because it was actually my first time really being in court, you know, and being involved in it too. That was an experience. I've lived a life, I can say that. In my 26 years of living, I have lived a life. It may not look like it. I might look like I'm boring and whatnot, but I be living. So I was up there nervous, boy, sweating, trying to be serious in a real case. It felt like a movie, for real, for real. Have I been crying? No, I haven't been crying. Do I look like it? Look like I've been crying. Did it feel weird to have all those people there that you didn't know? I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna say it was weird, but it was a little overwhelming because I really didn't expect that kind of turnout. It was a lot of people that showed up. The courtroom was full, to the point where some people couldn't even come in. Now, Monday, I did not go. Because I kind of figured it was probably gonna be a little crazy and whatnot. But yeah, I didn't go on Monday because I was tired of it. I couldn't take it no more. In court for 5 days, no windows, no nothing, and it's hot, it's intense, heart getting racing, emotions all over the place. It's like, Lord, I'm trying, right? My head was hurting bad that whole week. My head was hurting something terrible. Got to a point where I felt sick. I had to go lay down. I was going through it, boy. Was going through it. Did you have moments when you felt the outcome results wouldn't be in Akira's favor? I'm gonna be real with y'all. From the beginning. Let's start in the beginning. Them opening statements, I knew it was the raps. Over with. I'm gonna just leave it at that. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't even gonna. Y'all done heard all the details. I ain't even gotta go into detail about it, but that was something to sit through. Seriously. Seriously. I felt like I was being pranked almost. Like where's the cameras? Are we filming right now? For real, I feel like at some point in everybody's life, they're gonna go through something that feels like it's not real. And that whole court case did not feel real. At all. It's like, brother, it don't feel right. Something is a little off right now. For real. But I'm glad it's over with, said and done. Case closed. I know mine's coming up next. Am I ready for it? Pray for me. Because if it's anything like that, Lord knows, I'm gonna really have to lock in. For real. I'm gonna be praying for myself. Because that legal battle is not for the weak. I'm telling you, I didn't realize it was gonna take that long. I'm thinking, hey, we about to step in the court case. I'm gonna say my little 1-2. All right. No. No. A 6-day trial for some dingling. Bruh. Let's call a spade a spade. Know when to fight them battles, and know when you can win your battles, and know when you can't. Discernment is something that everybody can work on. For real. You gotta know, just know when to give up sometimes. Sometimes in life, it's okay to give up and admit defeat and take your L in life. Move on and grow from it, because you will save yourself a lot of trouble if y'all haven't noticed or learned from this. That's a lot of money. A lot. A whole lot. I don't think y'all hear me, that's a lot of money. So what did you win? Did you ever take that? Look, my case ain't till next year, and I can't answer no questions on nothing. Y'all will get updates, I'm pretty sure when my court cases come up. But other than that, that's all I can tell you. I don't even know the day yet. I'll be out the loop. I'll let my attorney do her job. Because that's what she got paid to do, her job. I can't be no attorney. I can't be no lawyer. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That's a lot of arguing, boy. I'm telling you. That's a lot of arguing, a lot of questions. How? And I admire the confidence. I really do. Like, the confidence is up there. Cause me, I would have been stumbling, fumbling all over my words. My papers would have been all over the place. Like, that's, I'll give my hand claps when it's due, for real. Cause that for 6 days, that is amazing. I'm telling you. Me, I would have been like, all right, you know what? I give up. But I admire, like, the confidence, the drive, the want to, pulling up on time, that just like, wow. I'm impressed, for real. Like, that's why I remember you, girl. For real. OMG, do you miss her? No, I don't. I always, honestly. That's all. That's it, that's all. There's nothing. Can't come back from this, I'm sorry. This is a lot to come back from. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't within myself.
The type of content creator to make a post about y'all and call y'all out, then I'm just going to sit here and be quiet. Respectfully, I just personally wanted to know if you ever slept with Tim ever in your life, because it was stated in court that you actually did in 2024 and in 2019. So I'm just respectfully asking.
And I respectfully said no.
Did you know that Tim? Okay, so you just respectfully lying, but it's okay.
When that question, did you know that Tim? Did you know that Tim was under oath?
Lying.
When
That's
that question,
when Tim, okay, let
Did
me
you know
clear
that
this up.
that-
When Tim was under oath and he said it was infidelity in a relationship, it was not with me. It was about a white girl named Shelby.
But no, your sister said it was several, so I took it as being
It was who?
your sister said there was several infidelities, and
Well,
that was
that
the
don't-
white
that don't
girl,
have
it
nothing to
was
do with
you,
me.
and it was her.
Stop, Zay. That had nothing to do with me. That was about who he was dealing with. That had nothing to do with me.
Okay, so you say you
so
didn't sleep with
Gavin had nothing
Tim.
to
You
do
say
with
you
you.
didn't sleep with Tim. So what about those old Twitter messages about you and Brene going back and forth about, oh, he wanted me first, you know, buy one, get one, tit for tat type of situation. What about that post?
Honestly, in those Twitter stuff, I don't even remember what any Twitter.
Right.
Y'all can
I figured.
believe what you want, bro.
Yeah,
So you
figured,
mean to tell me Devin and Vashawn both were lying?
Who's Vashawn?
Your ex-girlfriend.
Ayana?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ayana's hurt as well. She's
So both of
going
them
by
lying.
what- she's going by what I'm assuming whoever told her. She said who told
So-
who they told her.
Everybody
She
hurt
didn't
but
say
you.
nobody. She said Brene told her.
Oh well, I don't know what she said, but
Yeah, she said she
Then-
said, Corinne, was that you were outside and you was caught running upstairs, and that Brene had said you was acting like you was asleep, but you was with Tim. You was out there in the car with Tim.
I don't.
But
recall. I
also
don't even
too,
remember that
Tim
even
is the one
conversation,
Tim is the one who said that he slept with you.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
No, he
Yes,
did
he
not.
did.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Well, let me
he
ask
So
you
the
this
judge-
question.
so
were you
so
the
the
one
judge,
who
the
leaked
court-
the
Is
videos about
this about Tim or is this about Deshaun?
both?
Both your baby daddies help me.
No, I only got one baby daddy and it's Deshaun.
You so confident on that answer.
I
Yet the
am.
man, that who actually hold on. Oh no, I'm not talking to. I'm gonna ask they. Okay, hold on.
Deshaun, when do you want to do this?
No,
DNA
no,
test?
hold on.
Are you willing to
I'm
take a lie
talking to
detector
y'all.
test?
None of y'all had children with me, so it's about Deshaun. Deshaun, when do you want to do the DNA test? That you
Are you willing
about-
to take a lie detector test?
Just
I
show up
will.
this time.
Deshaun,
Show
go
up this
ahead.
time. Show up this time.
I never got served.
Yeah.
Deshaun.
He literally stated at 8. Let me tell you what time he
Ask
stated
her, can
at.
she take a lie detector test?
Bro? For real. When do you want to do this? Hey, Deshaun.
I could tell you when he stated it for you, sweetheart. He stated that he asked you for multiple DNA tests. So.
Yeah.
Big, I'm about to drop down. Big Show said she want to say something real quick.
All right.
And hear Monet. Okay.
Can you take a lie detector test?
Who, me?
No, Corinne.
For what?
Exactly. Our point.
Answer
You
the
proving
question.
it.
For what? A lie detector on who? On for what? There's two different situations.
So why did your sister? Okay, so let me ask you this question. Your sister was mad and holding a grudge against Tim because you slept with Tim.
I don't know why. I'm not.
And
mad.
so
I don't know why she held.
she wanted to forgive. She wanted to let that go, and then that's how she ended up.
Why would you do that?
Wanting it from the left, the front, and the back, and all that kind of stuff, So, but okay, Devin said it. That's what Tim said. Also, too, Ayana comes and she says the same thing. Why would two people be saying the same thing? And then also, too, Tim didn't want to get into them. He wanted to talk about everything else, but when it comes to you, that question with sleeping with you, we ain't gonna get into all that, bro.
Two people telling the truth, one person telling a lie.
For other people, Azalea, why are you doing?
I mean, it's okay if you slept with him. It's okay, girl.
Y'all keep asking me questions about Tim. That don't in the court case. That don't got nothing to do with me. If Tim didn't want to answer a question about me, that don't got nothing to do with me.
Have you ever dated Tim in your younger days?
One simple question.
Have you ever dated Tim in your younger days?
I said no. So what more do you want? Literally, what more do
you
want?
Who dated him first? You or Brene?
I didn't have Tim at all. Brene had Tim before Kira. That's all you can say, because I never had a relationship with him.
But he chose to have 2 babies with her. Oh, my bad, 3, and he chose to marry her. Oh, okay.
Well, that's just that don't got nothing to do with me. What that got to do with me? Is the question. I am not.
Because they stated that he has sexual encounter intercourse with you in 2024. And I know Devin not lying when he said she did not, hold on, I'm talking. She did not want to hate him because he slept with her sister. He slept with Kayla. Okay, so he slept with Kayla.
He slept with Kayla.
These are he say, she said. This is out Devin's mouth. Did he show y'all that he said this? Did Akira show y'all? Did anybody show y'all?
Let me stop you right there because you keep saying what it
means. Was you there in 2019? Was you there in 2024? Y'all can't say what I did and didn't do. You can't tell me what I did.
Okay, first of all, let me say something because you keep saying did he show? Mind you, your sister never showed anything. Just like your sister ain't never showed shit and she lost that damn case. So tread lightly.
Are we here for Deshaun or Tim?
They both your baby fathers, so we trying to see.
That's what you want to believe.
Big Show want to talk.
Deshaun, if you want to have a DNA test, if you want to have a conversation, my phone is open. My social media is open. If you don't want to, that's
hold on. She trying
cool. That's cool. Whatever you want to do, Deshaun. That's what you want to do.
Talk, please.
What is it?
And say what you gonna say, Corinne, because baby, they on you. Please just hurry up and get it out.
I literally said what I said. I said, if Deshaun, if you want a DNA test, you can get one. If you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. It's never been that serious to me. If you feel like, stop, Azalea.
Corinne, are you gonna answer the subpoenas when you get it to come to court?
Subpoenas for who?
No, I'm sorry. Are you gonna answer when we come down to the courthouse and get you motion to come and do this DNA test? Are you gonna answer this time?
I'm gonna come. I have no reason. I have no reason not to come. If I knew that Deshaun was filing something, I would have came. I didn't know. I never knew.
So Corinne, so you was never subpoenaed in the court for sleeping with Tim?
No.
Oh wow. So have you ever slept with him?
No.
Let's get back to this DNA test. So we need you to know while you're on this line. I hope somebody's screen recording this. Deshaun is going to go to the courthouse next week and ask the judge to get you to come and do a DNA test. And we're not going to send it to your house. We're going to send it through your Medicaid or food stamp worker so you know that you're going to get served. So you can't dodge this in North Carolina. I want you to know that. I'm going to help Deshaun do that with another law student that's helping us.
Okay, y'all can do that. Please do it now. Tomorrow, actually.
We're on it.
Can we add in a lie detector test?
I don't care what y'all add in. Add what you want to add in. Add what you. What are you doing?
Corinne, if the lie detector test come back and say that you slept with Tim, how do you think your sister gonna feel?
It's not gonna come back that. So
She don't care. She ain't gonna care.
Feeling as long as Tim, as Corinne lying, she already done slept with Tim, and she knows she lying.
if that's what y'all want to believe, then y'all believe it. But at the end of the day, Deshaun, if you're going to the courthouse next week for a DNA test, please let them know. Please let me be aware.
I ain't know me.
Be aware because your Medicaid food stamp work is gonna be
They
the
already hit me. They already hit me. They want me to do all that, so that's cool. It don't matter. I'm with that. You want a DNA, Deshaun? You can get one.
Just know he got an army behind him.
Congratulations.
What Finesse say? It's gonna take you an army.
I want you to know that he got an army behind him this time.
Please,
baby.
y'all, can one person talk? Like, everybody can't talk. Corinne, respectfully, okay, oh my God, please. Okay, what I was about to say. Okay, so you said that you didn't sleep with Tim. Okay, that's your opinion. I guess we have our own because you're right. None of us was there. Why do you feel like that Devin and attorney Robin will risk their lives, their jobs, careers, whatever the case may be, licenses, to sit up here and say that you slept with him and you know that you did not sleep with him?
I have no clue why they would risk their life to do any fabricating, any lying. I don't know why they would do that.
It was altered like the messages, huh?
All of it. Y'all seen y'all just like BG said she was Ray Charles to Akira's BS. I think y'all got y'all blinders on. So even sit here and just tell him, hey, Deshaun, you can't be around the kids because you have seizures, bro. I've been with you the whole 2 years,
bro. That's
so
a whole.
Why all of a sudden? No, but for real, why all of a sudden? Now you have seizures. I won't allow you to have a relationship with them. Be for real.
But that's an excuse because I'm alone. I've been alone with kids for a long time, and I never had anybody come out and say, hey, Deshaun, you can't be alone with my child because you have seizures. You're the first person to come out and say some shit like that to me.
I was the one witnessing your seizures when you was here with me randomly.
So what's the difference between? So what's the?
I witnessed every seizure that you had when you was here with me. So why in the world? I see that they come out of nowhere. So
Corinne, so what's the difference between you right now? So what?
Is this my soda? Go ahead.
Corinne, I have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
She has a daughter.
Okay.
My girlfriend goes to work.
Mm-hmm.
Her daughter stays home with me when I'm not working.
Okay.
What's the difference between me being there with you, with Azayla, and me being here with her, with her daughter? What's the difference between that shit and me having a seizure there or me having a seizure here? Not a damn thing.
To you,
you just made up that damn excuse for no damn reason. Have you had a
seizure? Has she witnessed you have?
Yes, I done had multiple seizures here multiple times.
Okay, well, guess what, Deshaun? That's her. That's your relationship. That's you. But for me, that traumatized me, and I don't want my children to be traumatized or any of that. Or say, okay, Deshaun, say you right. Hey, cut it out. Say you right, Deshaun. Say you right, and you have had a seizure, and then you all of a sudden have one, and you by yourself with my children, and say I allowed you to go ahead and take them to the park, wherever you decide to take our kids, and you have a seizure in the car, and something happens to my children, I'm gonna look at me like, dang, I let him take our kids, and you have a seizures, you don't know when they're coming, Deshaun, and you know that. Just because your girlfriend allowed you to be home with her child, that's her, honey. You can't be upset with me.
No, actually, I do know when.
Let's really be for real. If you want to bring that out there, Deshaun, let's really be for real, bro.
I actually do know when they're coming. That's something you don't know.
Deshaun, now all of a sudden I don't know when you.
Yeah, because we have not been around each other for a long period of time. I'm sorry.
All right.
But I do.
Okay, so that's the only reason why, that's the reason of you saying that I withheld the children from you because of you having seizures. That's what you said.
Yeah, you think I'm gonna make up a story like that, and you think my mom and sister is gonna make up a story like that?
Your mom and sister gonna have your back regardless. At the end of the day, that's just what they're gonna do, and that's fine. That's cool, because when I reached out to your mom and I tried to let her have a relationship with the girls, her BS excuse was, oh, until Deshaun have a relationship with them, she doesn't want to have one. I said, cool, that's fine. And I said it, and I even told her, I said, I've tried to reach out to Deshaun. Deshaun haven't answered me. Deshaun hasn't had a conversation with me. She basically like, well, that don't got nothing to do with me.
Nigga, because they know that you been on bullshit. They know you done did wrong.
Bull crap, Deshaun?
They know you done been on crazy shit with me
Like
throughout
what?
years.
Like what? Like what? Now all of a sudden I'm the bad person for being there for you our whole 2 years.
You never been there. You never been there for me.
How wasn't
we
I?
done had a whole meeting.
How wasn't I?
We done had a whole meeting, and you know about that meeting. It was that whole meeting was fucking pointless any damn way because it didn't solve shit.
So how wasn't I there for you the whole 2 years of our relationship? How was I on BS when I was the only one there for you?
You was never there for me.
Okay.
You never did shit for me.
Okay, so I never done.
You
nothing.
never gave me shit.
Oh,
what the hell did you give me?
I never gave you nothing. I never gave.
No.
I never gave you one of my old phones. I never paid for your phone bill. I never did nothing for you at all. I never was there in and out the hospital with you every time you had a seizure, multiple ones. My mama ain't never was in and out the hospital with you. We ain't never go to your aunt's house when you was over there and you was having seizures. When she called my phone like, hey, Deshaun in there having a seizure. Guess what I did? I got me and my child up and went over there to you. So you mean to tell me we ain't never did a blessing thing for you? Cool, bet. Cool, if that's what you want to think, Deshaun, good, cool. That's okay. I'm not even here to relive our relationship, man. I'm here to let you know I never once stopped you for seeing our children. Never. If you want to see them, Deshaun, you can get a DNA. You can hit my phone. My phone has always been open to you. Your mama, my phone has always been open to your mama, to your sister, and everybody else, man. Now you're trying to sit here and lie, act like I stopped you. I never stopped you. I haven't heard nothing from you. When the last time you reached out was when? I don't even remember. The time that Azalea called, I'm gonna keep bringing that up. The time Azalea called you, Deshaun, on that phone, and you hung up in my child's face because she asked you to turn your camera on. Come on, bro. Stop trying to make it like it's me. It's not me.
It's
but
you.
If you don't want to be in my
It's you, and everybody knows it.
I told you that.
Everybody knows it, bro. You're not finna turn it on me.
Okay.
You're not. You're
really.
not.
Okay, Deshaun.
Because everybody knows it.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's what.
Everybody knows
everybody
it.
know, Deshaun?
That I'm the problem. Question. So if y'all were to get the DNA
question, before your question, Neek. Hey, Deshaun, if you see somebody named Cherish come up, let her up, please.
Go ahead, Neek.
If y'all were to get the DNA test and if Deshaun was to show like his medical records about when his seizures are coming or whatever, will you allow him to get the girls, like come and spend time with them?
Absolutely. I've always been open to that, Neek. I literally told him that he literally is more than welcome. I told his mom, I told his sister. Well, I haven't talked to his sister. I really just talked to his mom. I told his mom if she wants a relationship with the girls, she's more than welcome to have one. I've told Deshaun if he wants a relationship with the girls, he's more than welcome to have one. But every time I reach out to him, Neek, he's always blocked me or he's never responded.
Okay, so I have a question, Corinne, because we all women in here. Do you feel like you holding Deshaun's seizures over his head don't kind of like bother him?
No, I've never held a seizure. And this is the thing though, Neek. If I was holding his seizures against him, I wouldn't have been with him this long. When I was with him for 2 years, I wouldn't have been with him that long. If I wanted to make everything about his seizures, I wouldn't have been with him that long.
Right.
His seizures had nothing to do with our kids. It had nothing to do with that. Only thing I've ever told him about his seizures is he just will never be able to be by himself with his children.
Okay, so with him mentioning that he be alone with his girlfriend children, and Deshaun, do you be alone with your other 2 children?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so that don't give you like some type of closure, like, okay, I can let my kids go with him?
First of all, Nick, he does not. Okay,
I'm gonna say this, Corinne. Hold on. If he's saying that he see his other 2 kids, please let it be, baby. Please let it be. I know you probably talked to the other baby mama.
I was not even about to mention his first 2 children. I was not even about to mention that because that don't got nothing to do with me. Adea, girl, be quiet. That don't got nothing to do with me at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying he's trying to make it like I am the reason why he can't see his children because of seizures. That is not the reason. Deshaun just doesn't want to see the kids. That's just plain and simple.
So if that's the case, Corinne, I know you have the girls 24/7. You never felt like, damn, I need a break?
Absolutely. I feel like that all the time. Every time I feel like I always need a break.
Okay, I see that you have a vehicle, and I'm sure Deshaun has a vehicle. If you don't feel comfortable, why haven't you, Deja, grab him, why haven't you tried to reach out and say, hey, let's meet up at a park?
I did, Nick.
Why wouldn't I want to see my...
Deshaun has blocked me off of my phone. How am I going? I've reached out on him on Instagram. I've reached out on him on Facebook. My other phone, the phone that I'm on now, Adea Hope. Hush. On every platform I could. I can't do nothing when he doesn't respond, when he doesn't answer. What can I do? I have been trying to reach out and say, we can put all of this BS aside for the children. Literally. I've told him that multiple times. We can literally put this social media stuff on aside. He has blocked me every time I've tried to reach out to him. He just doesn't want a relationship with the children. I have a car. We could go meet up. He does not.
Corinne, you don't think he feels some type of way that he don't have a relationship with the second baby? He don't know nothing about her.
He doesn't know nothing about him by choice. He doesn't.
No, I have a question. Why wasn't he involved when you was pregnant and in the hospital room with both of them, when you had both of them?
The reason why
y'all.
Come here, Deshaun.
He's telling y'all all this stuff, and she's talking about all this stuff. He knows everything had to do with the seizures. I was never involved in nothing in the hospital. I'm not on the birth certificates, nothing. I was not in the hospital when Azayla or Adea was born. Only her family was allowed in those rooms. My sister got on Glow's panel the other day and told the exact same story.
That's what. That is correct. He did not come to the hospital. Well, him and his sister was.
I was at the hospital.
Okay,
when they were born. I was not allowed in the room. Only her family was allowed in the room.
Wait a minute, Deshaun. Nick, you asked me a question. You said, why wasn't he around when I was pregnant with Adea? The reason why Deshaun was not around, because when me and Deshaun, he texted me. He said, we need to talk face to face. That was February. I don't even remember what day it was. I just posted the screenshots on my Snapchat. February, whatever it was, he said he wanted to have a conversation. When we had a conversation downstairs, I told him, I said, Deshaun, I just want Adea Hope. Be quiet. Thank you. I literally just wanted to have a co-parent relationship with no strings attached. That means no sex, no nothing. Guess what Deshaun did? Deshaun got upset and got in his feelings. So guess what? He didn't want nothing to do with me. When I told Deshaun that, and Deshaun, he could lie all day long. I don't care what he say. That is the 100% truth. When I told him I just wanted a co-parent, mind you, I was pregnant at the time. I had just wanted a co-parent and just let it be that. No sex, no nothing. He got upset in his feelings. He left. I haven't heard nothing from him till March. And then he wants to come in March and say, let me see my daughter. Let me see my daughter. After I told him I didn't want no sexual relationship, nothing like that, because we wasn't together, but we were still doing things like we were together. We wasn't boyfriend and girlfriend, but we were still doing things like we were together. Okay. That's when I said I just wanted a co-parent with him. I haven't heard from him since March, and then want to demand to see his child, as if you didn't, after that conversation we had in February, like we was just, whatever. So he was upset in his feelings. Okay, cool. Didn't want to say, let me see my child, and now was trying to make it about having seizures. He decided he didn't want to be there for with my pregnancy with Adea. I never stopped him. Okay, even though I will take accountability for me being mean to him, because I was mean to Deshaun. I was hella mean to him in my pregnancy. I was. And I even told him I'm sorry for that. I was just very emotional. He like, I understand. I was very emotional. Every little thing would piss me off. The smell would just piss me off, everything. So I apologized to Deshaun because I felt like, Dad, I was mean. So that was just plain and simple. It had nothing to do with Jesus.
I got one more question, then I'm gonna let Black Guidance talk. When he reached out to your mom to see Azalea and I think Adele, did your mom inform you that he reached out?
My mom, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't remember her saying something, but I see the messages that Deshaun had posted. But knowing my mom is like, I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't got nothing to do with that. But my mom did inform him when I was in the hospital throwing up with Adele when I was pregnant with her. And the messages literally said that he was like, your mom is going to keep me informed. But if you always had question about Tim being a baby dad, so why would you make it seem like, oh, well, your mom is going to always keep me informed. You were checking up on me and Adele when she was in my belly and all of this type of stuff. So why now all of a sudden it's questionable about Adele being yours? Really, Deshaun, we've had messages about your kids. When we was on that phone, it was always about your kids. It was never just about Azalea. You know Adele is yours. You just don't want no dealings with me because y'all hate me so much.
So I have a question. Why have you never went downtown and put Deshaun on child support?
Because I never needed nothing but Deshaun's time. I never needed no money. I never needed nothing but Deshaun's time to want to be a father to my children.
Do you not know when you put a man on child support that is giving time because he's able to see his kids?
And on top of that, he said he never wanted to be in a system. This is his words. He never wanted the white man involved. And I respected that. Cool. Either you're going to be here without the courts or you're not. That's just plain and simple. That's how I felt about it. He never wanted to be on none of that. And I respected that. Cool. You don't have to be on child support. You don't have to get them involved. If you want to do something for your child, you will. But this is the thing about it, though. You know, if you're saying what you're saying about Azalea just being yours, why haven't you done nothing for her?
Because you never gave me the chance to.
Deshaun, I've given you multiple chances.
No, you have not.
Okay. So you telling me I've never given you chances?
No, you have not. No, you have not.
All right.
Corinne, I got a question. Because you're putting these air quotes up like, oh, if Tim is the baby daddy, if you never had any, relations with Tim at all, why are we putting air quotes, or why he is even being questioned as the father? What do you think about that?
Because Deshaun literally said, well, it's BBL's Tim as if Adele is his. That's why I'm doing that. It was because everybody's making this big thing like Tim is my baby father. Tim is not my baby father. Me and Tim have to have sex in order for him to be my baby father. Y'all can believe what y'all want, but I don't have no dealings with Tim.
You would say you never slept with...
He is not my baby's father. I don't know what Tim had going on in 2023, but I know what I had going on, and that was dealing with Deshaun. Yeah, okay, I was dealing with Deshaun since 2020? I messed with Deshaun since 2020. I need
a full-blown answer, woman to woman. Have you ever been in encounters with someone aside Deshaun? Like, have you ever slept with Tim ever? Like, have you ever been in...
No.
Okay.
No.
So you're saying no.
Deshaun, I'm saying no. Deshaun, no, I've never cheated in our relationship. I've never did nothing in our relationship. Every time
I can't say.
Deshaun, don't do that. Let her talk.
Deshaun, no. Deshaun is in a place that y'all want to call me bitter. Deshaun is in a place of being angry and upset with me for whatever reason. I don't know, but he gonna have to work that out with God. But he know daggone well. He was every time I came home from work, he was here. Every time he was out, I was here. It was never a cheating type of thing. Deshaun know daggone well I never did nothing with nobody else but him.
This girl said work it out with God. Nah.
Well, work it out with whoever you serve.
If anything, nigga, your family need to work it out with God because we good.
Whoever you serve, Deshaun. Yes, baby. No, you can't call anybody. No, it's too late. You can't call anybody.
Black Goddess.
Here. Okay, well, watch TV, honey.
I can't watch. Does Azalea still ask about Deshaun?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Does Azalea still ask for Deshaun?
Yes, she just asked for him on his birthday.
What do you tell her about her dad?
I always say your dad loves you, and I always say he's at work. Every time she asks for him to call him or to text him or anything, or where's Sean? Where's my dad? I always say, Azalea, he's at work. Because I never want to paint a picture where her dad doesn't give a flying fat about her. Never. And I put that up to God. Y'all can believe me or y'all don't. But I never once talked bad about him to her. Ever.
So my question is, okay, on a serious note, because at the end of the day, you have two babies who need both parents, their mama and their dad, and it's so unfortunate that when parents are torn apart like this. But my question to you, Corinne, and my question to you, Deshaun, is that neither one of you guys ever sat down to talk with a medical professional to get their standpoint on if Deshaun is able to be alone with the kids. I know I understand where you're coming from, Corinne, as far as making an assessment like that. We all get that. But I think go an extra step to say, to let them evaluate, assess his seizures, if he is able to, be alone with the kids, if it's not feasible for him to be alone with the kids. I think that would clear up a lot of things between you two. But I understand as a mother, you making that assessment and saying that you don't want anything to happen, to your children while something is happening to him because you're in a vulnerable state if it's a medical condition. But I think you guys need to take it a little bit further and sit down with a doctor or somebody who will be able to let you guys know which direction you all should take as it relates to him being alone with the kids.
And Regina, he doesn't want to. Because if he did, it's been 2 years. It's Black Goddess.
It's Black Goddess.
The messages that he...
Corinne is Black Goddess.
The messages that he...
Corinne is Black Goddess.
Okay, whatever your name is. He's trying to make it as if... He's trying to make it as if the messages that he has been posting was 2023. It is 2025 now. He ain't reached out. He ain't did nothing. He doesn't want to. And I'm not going to force him if he doesn't want to.
Okay, so you're saying that he didn't reach out. So what those messages are proving when you're saying don't come to my house? Is that not you responding to him trying to come see his kids?
That was in 2023, Azalea.
So why do you keep stating the same? Okay, so if it was in 2023, why do you keep saying he never? Why do you keep saying that?
After the messages that Deshaun is trying to prove that I told him to FaceTime Azalea, that's all he got because that's the.
You got call logs for that? You got call logs for that?
Huh?
Do you have call logs for that?
Call logs for what?
The call logs of your daughter trying to reach in contact with.
Give me your iPad. Your iPad did.
Why you keep telling the kids to go? Stop telling them to do your dirty work. Get up.
Girl, she's right here. Please.
And you are right there as well. Go ahead.
Yeah. Azalea, please don't.
You said yeah. What?
So I have a question.
Oh, okay.
I've sat in here and observed and listened to this whole thing. At the end of the day, Corinne, it's whether you like it or not. I'm commenting on in giving my point of view for based on what you're saying. You're saying that Deshaun is both of the girls' dad, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore legally, and I'm just being honest, whenever y'all go to court, it looks like it's gonna look like and appear to the courts that you're holding those kids captive and they can't see him and it's only on your terms, and they're gonna tell you can't do that. So they're gonna say willingly you decide to have, y'all both decided with the conditions that he had, that you decided that you were going to have babies by him. So that you have to allow him to be a father some kind of way. Y'all got to figure that out together.
And that's what I've been trying to tell her for the longest.
Well, Azalea, wait a minute, honey.
And that's what I've been trying to tell her for the longest.
They don't want to be. How can I allow somebody to be something that they don't want to be? If he wanted to be a father, he should have unblocked me, and now he would have seen me reach out to him. If he would have unblocked me on all platforms, and he would have saw that I reached out to him on numerous occasions throughout the last 2 years, he would have.
Okay, you repeating the same thing. Deshaun, say what you gotta say. I heard that before. You said this already. Deshaun, what you were saying? Because you said this already.
Deshaun, say what you gotta say, please.
Right, because you said this already, like multiple. We heard that already. All right, Deshaun, go ahead.
I said, and that's exactly what I've been trying to tell her. What Glow just said. That's exactly what it's going to look like.
So it's gonna look like I withheld the children from you because I told you to FaceTime her.
No, from what Glow just told you.
But no, that's the messages, right? I told you to FaceTime her.
Yeah, but why do he have to FaceTime? Why can't he physically? What I'm saying to you, it looks like
that was around that time is what y'all not understanding. I said that
but I'm saying originally, period. Why is it? Why was it difficult for him to come when he was able to come see the child? Right?
It was emotions and feelings, honey. That's why he couldn't be able to see the child. It was.
I would appreciate you if you don't show the child because he wasn't able to see them before, and now they all up in the camera because it doesn't. It's giving 2 + 2 = fish right now. But continue, Glow. I'm just saying. I'm just saying though. Just saying.
Okay, I don't care.
Okay, you're welcome.